There won't be more after I go. I say, putting the tube in my hands in its respective place. Now I just need to do one last villainous act. Computer, load truth. And remove identification by fingerprints, retinas, and DNA. And change all passwords to 1-2-3-4-5. I say, now you'll have access to the lab. It's yours to do whatever you want. I say, turning to Nexu, thank you. But if I can ask, what is truth? Nizu speaks. I look at him. It's just my last act as a villain. I've released all the shady works of the Hero Public Safety Commission on the internet. Truth is a program that uploads documents and evidence over and over again. And then over and over again. And it keeps multiplying. Like mitosis. It's impossible to get off the internet completely. What? What types of shady deals? I look to they shocked and confused faces and sigh. You guys don't know that to keep this society running as it was, a lot of blood was spilled under the covers. For example, Lady Nagant here. When she was a hero, she did assassination missions against many corrupt heroes and villains. All might in the light and many other things in the dark. All to not tarnish the image of the heroes for the population. I say, signaling to Kana. Exclamation point. Many are downright incredulous. Seems like few really know that, huh? Have you ever done something similar, Hawks? I say, turning to the winged hero. He doesn't have his usual carefree expression. His crunched eyebrows gives the answer everyone seeks. How? What is he talking about? All Might asks. You really don't know All Might? Poor you. I say, All Might, you are a good person, the best of the heroes. Alone, you ended an age of chaos and darkness. And you became a symbol of peace and prosperity. But you became too disconnected from the political aspects of society. You were so worried about being a natural-born hero that you let other people build society on top of the peace you created. It's these people who came to not care about people who don't fit in, rejecting and discarding them, quirkless and with villainous powers, only to maintain the status quo. I say, looking at Midoriya. I'm not saying you did anything bad, All Might. You were amazing. You also inspired a lot of people to be heroes too. I say, gesturing to Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki. But on the other hand also created villains in response to all the ostracism. The League of Villains is the best example of this. Just punching bad guys isn't good enough. I say, sighing. I learned so much here. I have a direction to follow when I go back. I can't only be a caped crusader, a symbol of hope or something like that. Beyond my hero persona, I will make Hector or other identity that I will create have tons of influence. Lex Luthor level of influence. What is Hector trying to say, Toshinori? Shimura-san starts. It's just that people used the peace you created to try to re-establish the egalitarian society from before the emergence of the quirks. But that's impossible. Everyone is different, ever more now. So a template was created. And those who didn't fit that template were rejected, forgotten, maybe even villainized. Shimura-san continues. It's not your fault, you already had too much on your hands. You were the most powerful man in the world, you were probably afraid to make political decisions alone. I interrupt, afraid of becoming a dictator. Then you're left the job of restructuring society to other people. It worked. But it's flawed. You alone holding the whole world on your back, people always counting on you to be a deus ex machina. It's rare for people to go out of their way to surpass you. You've made the profession of hero easy. I continue with another problem of this hero society. There wasn't a big danger. Because All Might is here. We see the consequences now, right? A society supersaturate with heroes. And the majority have already left the profession because things got a little more difficult, or because they are not celebrities anymore, in which people worship the ground they step on. The profession focus more in appearance and power than nature. As long as you have a good quirk you can be a hero, right Bakugo? I say, looking straight at the blondie. Not giving the explosive bastard another look, I continue to speak. I know he can have his redemption, but it's not my problem. Well, this problem is not mine to solve. I exposed all the problems of today's society. Now it's up to you guys to solve it little by little. I even became the villain, so you guys have someone convenient to blame when I'm gone. I say nonchalantly to the group, who seem lost in thought. Reflect, finally. Well, now that you've all started to think, I'm going to present some living examples of this society flaws. I'll start with you, Endeavor. He looks surprised when I talk directly to him. Do your worst, villain. He says. Is this guy waiting for a fight till now? I'm not the one who did his worst. Computer, show cell 02. I say, you are the one that already did his worst. I say when the image of the numerous monitors change to show a individual. Unlike usual, his hair now shows its original white appearance, because I removed the dye using a water hose, very gently. Looking at Endeavor, I see his eyes and mouth slowly widening. The flames that constantly adorn his body slowly diminish, until they become tiny sparks. I'm impossibly. He starts mumbling like a broken record. Glancing back, I notice everyone has confused expressions with the exception of Principal Nizu. I think he's already connected the dots. Or not. He's a mouse, it's hard to read him. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, you are not mistaken, Endeavor. I start and Endeavor turns his head towards me robotically, eyes pleading with me to say otherwise, that his assumption is wrong. I shatter this little hope without mercy. Dabi is your son, Todoroki Toya. Exclamation point. Dabi can tell the story better, but it's something like, Endeavor here on his unstoppable quest to overcome All Might decides to win in another way, producing an heir. All for one, and now is this a new trend? Or all for one copied you, Endeavor? Damn. Even the greatest villain of all time wanted to learn from you in this regard. I say, putting salt in the wound. He deserves. Moving on. Endeavor wanted his descendant to surpass All Might. So he married his wife, obviously. He had 4 kids. He thought he got lucky with the first one. But although little Toya's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's, he had a problem. Little Toya's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's, I say, repeating myself. Toya had strong flames, but he inherited his mother's constitution. The constitution of being resistant to cold, not heat. So, quirk's singularity makes its appearance again. I say, gesturing to the pillar with the cure. Knowing that if Toya kept using the flames, he would only earn an early death, let alone a place in the heroic world. Endeavor gave up on Toya and shifted his focus to Shoto, the perfect son with the 2 quirks, with fire and ice. But what about Toya? I say exaggeratedly, and I see that I've caught everyone's attention with my speech. Toya can be a normal person, right? It's okay that he's not a hero, right? It's okay, right? Wrong. All his life he listened to his father talking to him. He would be a great hero, who would surpass All Might. All his friends wanted to be heroes. He only knew this. And this was his world. And now everything has been destroyed. See the problem again, All Might? I turn my face to the bulky hero, who has a complicated expression on his face. The pressure and expectation that crushes little kids' shoulders, of being normal, and the normal being a hero. Toya didn't know another life. And he never stopped training, even secretly. So he had an accident and was presumed dead. About the situation at Todoroki household, you can ask him in the future. I say, ending, I'm not going to get into these guys' personal problems. I don't know if Dabi can change. And if he can, I'm not the one who's going to make him change. This is something they must strive for on their own. I've already interfered with too much with Tamura. Is it all my fault? How could I let this happen? I'm a failure. Endeavor starts saying while kneeling on the floor. The guy has a dead expression as he just stares into space. He is broken inside. This can't do. Moving towards him, I slap the bastard. Slap. Everyone is shocked and some even start to move to hold me. What do you think you're doing bitching right now? You don't have time for this, you don't have the luxury for this. Him. I say, pointing to the monitor, it's the result of your actions and you're going to confront your past. You're the #1 hero now. And society sucks. No one would want to be in your position. But you're going to face it. Even if you fail, even after you fail. You'll keep holding on. And I crouch to keep eye level. You're not All Might, Shoto's not you. You've had a totally wrong focus until now. And from today onwards you will strive to fix everything. That's your hero name, right? Endeavor. You don't choose anything like Fire Lord or anything related to how your powers work. You choose Endeavor. Now you're going topit effort in this. Rising Endeavor's eyes and everyone else follows me. But your effort won't be for you. Him and them. I say, pointing to Dabi, Shoto and the other heroic students. You will strive for them. For the future. Not as a symbol of peace, but a flame of hope. That can guide these little chickens to grow and become the better version of themselves. Until they're all ready to actually make this world a better place. I don't sugarcoat. Endeavor don't need this. No one will thank you. People will hate you and despise you. Maybe you'll never mend the relationship with your family. But you'll keep moving forward. Because that's your role. That's you, Endeavor. The fruits of your efforts will not be for you to take. I look around. Hard times make strong men. I look at All Might. And these strong men make easy times. In easy times, weak people are born. I look at a monitor that shows the news, and there's a hero resigning. And those weak people will create hard times. I open my arms, signaling everything around me. And this difficult time now, I believe it will create the strongest of you all. I say, looking at the new generation. This is your era, Endeavor. It's not like you imagined. But your era will precede the best era this world has ever seen. And that will only be possible if you become the man and hero you should always have been. I finish looking straight into his eyes. I finally see the light going back to him. He is still sad, shocked and even a little depressed. But he is determined. That's all I ask. My charisma and leadership is really high these days. Many of my cards have an absurd amount of charisma. Very nice. Well, this is something you all will have to work on in the future, and I won't be here. Let's focus on the now. I have 2 things to show you. I say, signaling to the high-tech coffins. With who to start? Looking at All Might and Aizawa, I decided to give the gift first before the burden. This biggest coffin has a Nomo, Kurogiri. I say to everyone's amazement. Yes. You only know Nomus as mindless beasts full of quirks. Well, the doctor was working on making high-end Nomus, various quirks and high intellect. But Kurogiri is special. He only has 1 quirk and high intellect. But this quirk was artificially made by merging several others. I say to my audience. And this concept of merging powers was very interesting. Being able to create new powers, or even merge several powers of the same type and make something bigger and better. I lost count of how many powers that increase my physical power I have. If I merge them all, it will not only create something better. I won't need to focus on using several at once. It will save effort not having to multitask. Kurogiri is a Nomu, one of the first. I read his information in the database. He was created from the body of a brain-dead person. His body was still alive. So the doctor and all for one worked to revive him by implanting a new personality and new quirks that merged, creating Kurogiri. I say, looking at Aizawa and present Mike. They're both not liking the way I look at them. Fun fact, the quirk fusion concept came about with One for All, All Might. I say, to the surprise of the former #1 hero. You know how One for All was born out of a passable quirk and a power-accumulating quirk. And nowadays it even guards the quirks of previous users. Fusing quirks helps the body not be overloaded. I explain, Todorokikin has this gift from Mother Nature. I say, shifting my view to Shoto. A double quirk, which could very well be two different quirks, adapted to form his only one quirk. Obviously it has a restriction, cold from the right side and heat from the left side. That's nature's way of adapting your body. Very nice. I say to those interested. I studied a lot about quirks and powers. After all, now that I'm a mutant, metahuman, I know which side I'll be on in Marvel. And my main enemies, like Mr. Sinister, the Sentinel program and others. That whole thing of knowing yourself, I can't slack off. I'm sidetracking, sorry. What I mean is that Kurogiri here is made of a person that some who are present know, so prepare your hearts. Evil know no bounds. I say sadly. Everyone's eyes widen. After all, it means that Kurogiri may have been a hero from the past who had his body desecrated by the villains. Niza seems to have already figured it out. He looks pretty solemn and got off Aizawa's shoulder. Long ago, during a fight with a giant villain. All for one recovered and changed the body of an UA student. According to the files, they were after erasure. I look straight into Aizawa's eyes as I listen gasps around me. But they settled for the other option. What are you trying to say? Aizawa talks to me and starts walking towards me. He is scary. Keeping eye contact, hear me till the end. Present Mike puts a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, but he also looks tense. He's not smiling excitedly like he usually is. Kurogiri, Warp Gate, was made by merging several quirks. The main ones being Warp, the quirk that creates a black liquid from the target's mouth to transport it, and Cloud, Shirakumo Oboro quirk, former student of the heroic course of UA. I drop the bomb. They act as expected. They look at the larger coffin and look solemn. Those who knew Shirakumo had a more exaggerated reaction. Midnight takes her hands to her mouth and turns over to cry. Principal Nizu closes his eyes slowly and lets out a sigh. Present Mike comes towards me and grabs my shoulders. What are you talking about, huh? I saw that Kurogiri guy, and he's nothing like my pal. Are you messing with me? In that day, I see with my own eyes. Can't this fucking be, man? Present Mike screams with his face very close. I don't flinch. Aizawa and Tsukachi come to help me. Hisashi, calm down. Aizawa speaks, but he doesn't seem calm at all. He's squeezing Present Mike's shoulder really hard. Present Mike. Everything Hector has said so far has been true, the detective says solemnly. Calm down. There's hope, I say, and everyone turns to me at the same time. Wouldn't you be storing Kurogiri in such a technological apparatus if you didn't have a plan, right, Hector-kun? Principac Nizu says. It's true, I could have left Kurogiri in a cell. I nod. Like I said, they didn't take Shirakumo Oboro's corpse. But Shirakumo in a vegetative state. You could say that the transformation into Nomu saved his life. That is, if they weren't the ones who attacked him in the first place. I say, but seeing that Present Mike is going to start screaming again, I quickly continue. I already got him back to normal, I say, and damn, I got scared that someone would die from whipslash. How quickly necks turned. What? How? Many start talking at the same time. Raising my hand to silence them, I start to explain. To explain the process, I'll have to give you some information first. I approach Eri and use a weak quirk, Silence Ball. The concept is similar to Corazone's Devil Fute from One Piece. But it just makes soccer ball size space with no sounds. I take from a small thug from Shai Hasaikai. He puts in his foots, to move sneakily. I put the quirk in Eri head, because she doesn't need to hear this. Eri's quirk, as you've already noticed from my conversation with her, is Rewind. Rewind gives the user the ability to reverse a living being's body back to a previous state. The quirk is the result of an extremely rare mutation, and bears no resemblance to any quirk on either side of Eri's family's lineage, is what I call anomaly. Her quirk is so strong that at the moment of awakening, She has rewound her father enough to the point where he doesn't exist anymore. I say sadly. Eri isn't listening to me, but shows a confused expression. To fool her, I start to show a more cheerful expression and pull her cheeks. Exclamation point. That is. Because of that, she is abandoned by her mother, saying that she is cursed or something like that. Her grandfather goes to take care of her, till one of his subordinates, Kai Chisaki, sees Eri's value in creating the quirk erasing bullets. Eri suffered from experiences for most of her childhood, until I rescued her at least a month ago. That's awful. Horrible. Bastard. Many heroes are outraged by this fact. Eri is another example of rejection by this society, and how it turns a blind eye to those who don't fit in. Besides that, her quirk helps prove the quirk singularity theory. Her quirk is an anomaly, and strong enough that from the beginning she has already been able to reverse more than 30 years of a person. A danger to the people around her in the case. Can you imagine if many quirks like these or Tamura's start to appear in the future? 4-year-old kids with no control over their powers, simply going in rampant without being capable of stopping. I let the thought sink in them, enjoying that everyone is lost in their thoughts. I make the bigger high-tech coffin monitor turn on and show the person inside. Looking exactly like Shirakumo, only older. There's Kurogiri, a oxygen mask in his face and some devices reading his vitals. Squinting, I see Aizawa's eyes fill with tears for a moment before he wipes it away, but present Mike isn't that subtle. Aber, pal. Rewind only affects the physical aspects of a person. So even using it, it wouldn't erase the memories of what the person has lived through. But I have much better control than Eri. So I, little by little, rewind the chemicals of his brain too, to the state before his transformation in Kurogiri. I didn't use the quirk completely unrestrained. That's why he looks more grown up and must remember the time as Kurogiri. But his brainwave readings are totally different from Kurogiri's. And he is already stable, he just needs to wake up. And what are we waiting for? Wake him up now. Present Mike speaks quickly. Calm down. In 2 days you can wake him up. He is still going through the quirk singularity healing process. I went all out. He will wake up better than before. I was scared of the quirk warp gate, which is different from cloud, influence his personality, or even save some remnant of Kurogiri, causing future problems. I explain. Damn. You're really thought in everything, right? Captain Celebrity talks about his place. Very impressive, Hector-kun. I have no words to thank you for what you did. Principal Nizu speaks. Well, you'll thank me if you make all my plans keep working even after I leave, if I can ask for something. I say, looking at Shimura-san. I move to the lower high-tech coffin. I turn on the monitor and show the child inside. This is Shimura Tenko? Tamura Shiraki before the trauma. I would like you to take care of him. I speak to everyone but mostly to All Might. This is the burden I will leave. And it was the best way to deal with Tamura, and I follow the wish of the holders of One for All. All Might POV. Today, since I set foot in this laboratory, my world has been turned upside down several times. First, the revelation that the villain is so young and not our enemy. That I had a certain hunch since my encounter with him on Kamino. I never felt even a bad intention from him. It confused me a lot at the time, enough that I started to think that maybe he saw everyone around him as insects, so he didn't show anything. He didn't see us as people. This is the most dangerous type of villain. He has nothing holding back. But now it has been revealed to me that it is very much the opposite. He cares about people, especially little Eri. In hindsight, makes sense, he never killed any heroes. His attitude towards criminals and others is in stark contrast. Knowing that he will return the quirks was a relief, although his refusal to return One for All leaves me ready to protest. But listening to his motives and seeing my master again threw me out of loop. Being healed then. Then he talks about the quirk singularity theory and the cure that he developed. Anyone can see that although he is not a hero, his intentions are good. He was what I envision one of the first vigilantes to emerge looking like. The pioneers who set out to save the world from chaos. They didn't have the time or inclination to smile or act like today's heroes. They just saved people and improved the world around them. Hector Shaunen has never been to a hero school, not that he needs to, so his methods are unconventional, to say the least. But he was guided by Shursho and the other holders of the One for All, and also received their approval. I know he will walk a path of justice. And apparently his time in this world is limited. I'm a little confused about this, but I won't interrupt. I know he's a good guy. He went out of his way to save Aizawa's friend, even though he didn't know anything. He might talk like he doesn't care, like he just does it on a whim, but he really is a good person, just like Shursho said. A little tsundere though. Haha what are you laughing at, All Might? I hear Hector Shaunen talking to get my attention. He, the principal and Tsukachi were having a little conversation about the UA traitor, and about the fate of Shigaraki Tamura, my teacher's grandson. I wish to help with I can. Nothing really, Hector Shaunen. But you're talking about Shigaraki? I say, bringing the conversation back to the topic that worries me. As I was saying, initially I just wanted to kill Tamura Shigaraki and leave it at that. He is very unstable and stubborn, wanting the end of society and to destroy everything. And even if I just take his quirk, he would bring pain just by existing. I flinch with his statement. But Shimura-san here convinced me to let him live, but at the same time I know he's a problem. And letting him live would just be favoritism because of his relationship with Shimura-san. For me, he's no different from the other villains. So I thought of a middle ground. Hector Shaunen explains, before Shigaraki Tamura became what he is today, he wasn't much different from any other boy his age. His story is even a little similar to Ares, so I decided to give him a second chance. I will briefly tell his story. As a young boy, Shimura Tenko, the son of Shimura Kotaro, also admired heroes. But he had to suppress this admiration because of his father, who despised heroes. Hector Shaunen gives a side glance to Shursho. She is looking at the floor, depressed. To him, heroes are people who hurt their own families, only to help complete strangers. Myself and many flinch with that statement. I see Gran Torino approaches Shursho to comfort her. One day, little Tenko had a big fight with his father over this. I won't go into details about their family dynamics. But that was the tragic day he awakened his quirk. And you know what his quirk is, right? And you've seen the hands he uses over the body he calls family, right? I can only stand still clenching my fists. So many bad things happened and I couldn't do anything. I know I'm just one. I know I can't save everyone. But I could have tried harder. Investigated more. Don't torture yourself for the past, All Might. Hector Shaunen's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. It's no use thinking too much about the past. The only direction that matters now is forward. That's why I'm giving you a chance to fix things, but I'll talk about the risks. He approaches the small coffin, presses some buttons, showing some information from Tenko Shaunen sleeping inside. As I said before, rewind only works on the body. I can't rewind his memories or mind. And unlike Kurogyari, who was an experiment, Shimura Tenko became Shigaraki Tamura by himself. Obviously he was influenced by All for One, but it was a natural course for his situation. So All Might, can you guarantee that he won't go back to becoming Shigaraki Tamura? That at some point maybe his memories will come back and it will all be for nothing? He is a ticking time bomb. I used the quirk to rewind him until before decay, awakening, but what happens in the event that he gains his quirk again? Hector Shaunen looks at me seriously. Even though I'm a foot taller than him, I still feel the pressure and seriousness of the situation. But I don't hesitate. Leave it to me. I believe little Tenko has suffered too much and circumstances have made him become a villain. This time I will stand for him, and I will take full responsibility if things go wrong. I say seriously. Hector Shaunen seems to look at me for a minute, but he lets the corner of his mouth smile slightly and speaks. I see your determination, All Might. Relax, I made your job easier. I altered his memories, actually erased as much as possible. What I did was no different from killing Shigaraki Tamura and letting Shimura Tenko be reborn. And so was I want. And I changed his quirk factor. Hector shrugs his shoulders. Did your conch his quirk factor? Principal Nizu asks curiously. Yes, as I backtracked him to before awakening the quirk, decay, which was an anomaly in his family. I modified and changed it to a quirk more tame and compatible. Hector speaks as he closes the small coffin. What quirk? I ask. Float. Hector responds and walking to the lab's central computer, not looking back. Looking to the side, I see my Shursho with her hand over her mouth as she tries to suppress her tears and Gran Torino just smirking, muttering something like her still being a crybaby. Looking at the retreating back of Hector Shaunen, I think he really is a good person. And as Shursho spoke, Atsundra. Still All Might POV. After a minute, and Shursho calming down, Hector Shaunen returns holding a syringe and device in his hands. He approaches and hands the device to Principal Nizu. It must be some information or instructions for the future. After that, he addresses little Eri and Lady Nagant. It looks like he's leaving. Seeing the little girl hug him so tightly makes me feel sad for Hector Shaunen's departure. After a few minutes, he turns around and abruptly removes his cloak, showing the costume underneath. And he throws his cloak high in the air. Without explaining anything, he turns his arm into a rifle, Lady Nagant quirk, and shoots the cloak twice in the places that would be the head and the heart. Quickly retracting the rifle, he makes flames appear out of his hand and shoot towards the cloak, burning it a little. Don't tell me. When the cloak finally drops, he grabs it with one hand and heads for Endeavor. With that, the villain Dis is dead. Use it wisely. He speaks, handing over the damaged cloak into the hands of the current pillar of society. You all know that Lady Nagant here was a victim of the system. Help me make this a second chance for her, he says seriously. Hector Shaunen, I will never be able to reward you enough. Don't worry. I will use my influence to clear Lady Nagant's name. I say seriously. I'm tired of being passive with these decisions. Even if no one supports me, I will fight so that Lady Nagant is not arrested. While she committed murder, I believe she has already paid enough. I will help so that she can no longer be arrested. Principal Nizu supports me. We can both do a lot with our influence. That's all I ask. Kana-san will take care of Eri. I don't want a runaway life for both of them. By the way, before I transported you here, I went to restore Ingenium and Eri's biological grandfather in the hospital. Be quiet, that it was me. Hector Shaunen speaks. As if it wasn't much. And one more thing. When your guys explain how you're all beat me, say it was self-destruction that helps, hee. You know, like the common trope that the villain absorbs power and the hero is like, I arg, it's my power that you want? So take everything. Hector Shaunen says while reenacting an imaginary fight. This will prevent people from chasing power recklessly in the future. It will be like a warning. I don't want anything speeding up quirk singularity doomsday. And it might also bring attention to the problem. Hector Shaunen concludes more seriously. You really thought of everything, Hectorgan, Principal Nizu praises. But Hector just shrugs. Why wait? I hear a shy voice speak from the back of the group. I know what you did was great. And nobody can argue with the results. But you couldn't have come clean to the heroes. We could have helped. You had caused a lot of suffering for your actions. Yaoyorozu Shoujo speaks. Her thinking has a little bit of truth. If we'd worked together from the start, we could have achieved many things. But I think with a grimace of all the difficulties. Hector Shaunen approaches Yaoyorozu Shoujo slowly. She flinches seeing him come closer. But when he's close enough, Hector Shaunen just pats her head. It's not just her who's confused. So innocent. Hector Shaunen says as he grabs Yaoyorozu Shoujo's cheeks and starts molding it between his fingers. Stop, she protests. But he's not hurting her, so no one intervenes. You're so innocent, Yayarosa-chan. First, answer me, All Might. Would you trust someone who has all for one? Hector Shounen says, turning to me, but not learning to stretch the young heroine in trainings in the cheeks. I can't say I would. I truly answer. Exactly. And second, I said my priority is my personal growth, that I want to grow strong, and I did some bad things during my quest to achieve my goal. It doesn't matter to me, but when I'm gone, Hector Shounen explains, the responsibility would fall on us who associate with you. Principal Nizu concludes. Bingo! He says, finally removing his hands from the black-haired girl's face. Working together for a better future, Hector Shonen says, almost mocking, it looks nice on paper, but that's not how it would work. The truth is that bureaucracy and corrupt people in power would delay my work. My deadline was of a month. We could never trust each other 100%. And I had to expose society's problems, which is what Hero Commission doesn't want. And you guys work for the Hero Commission? So it's much better for me to play the villain, expose the problems, and then be defeated. To make room to a new system. You can blame it all on me. Except for things I've already exposed on the internet. Heroes will be seen as pawns that have been manipulated, not villains. You really thought of everything, Aizawa says. It's even scary how far he planned. I cheated, he says, shrugging his shoulders. He is really humble. After this conversation, he turns to Midoriya Shounen. You seem to have been the only one in a bad situation today, Midoriya. It's look like that. But I don't care. Thing will be better, thus, everything's is good. Midoriya Shounen responds nervously. But you still want to be a hero, don't you? Midoriya Shounen looks down and clenches his fists. But I don't know if, bonk, Hector Shounen hits him on the head. Why did you do that? Stop being a wimpy. The truth is, I don't like you. Hector Shounen says seriously, and Midoriya Shounen flinches. You wanted to be a hero, but you never trained before you met All Might. I know people who face very dangerous guys with pistols or a bow and arrow. You have no excuse for acting that way. Hector Shounen, after saying that, turns to Bakugo Shounen. But I can understand your lack of self-confidence. If you've heard all your life that you're a loser, it's hard to change, right? Without any support, it's hard to take that first step. The step that defines those who succeed and those who don't. Those who try and those who give up. Listen to me here, Midoriya. I'm not going to say any inspiring words to you now and give you approval. I don't know if you can be a hero, or even if you'll be a good one. So my approval means shit. Hector Shounen continues. Despite him saying that, I feel he will help Midoriya Shounen. But don't let anyone tell you you can't do something. Me, Bakugo, and even All Might. Send whoever try to throw you down to fucking themselves and go do what you want. I believe in second chances. Here's yours. Hector Shounen speaks as he extends his hand to show the syringe he was holding. On Kamino, I collected your blood for research. And I can't and won't give you back, one for all, so I made you a quirk. As expected, Hector Shounen is a good person. This quirk is based on one of my original powers. Enough to make you a top hero in the future. This gets everyone's attention. Spider physiology. With this quirk you will receive dozens of tons of physical strength, not on the same level as All Might, but it will be enough. The real prize is the other abilities. Other skills. Wall climbing, strength, reflexes, speed, invisibility, bioelectricity, and a danger sense. I converted this spider physiology into a quirk. You as a quirkless person, and I take your DNA to make this serum compatible. With this you will have no problem continuing your heroic course. Hector Shounen says, handing over the syringe. You'll get the powers about 12 hours after injecting. Fun fact, these powers are similar to the previous users of One for All, so it's an adequate compensation. Hector Shounen. Thank you. I say sincerely. Thank you so much, Hector-kun. Midoriya says excitedly and with tears in his eyes. Stop that, he says, turning around and going to talk to Shursho. Thank you for everything you've done, Hector, Shursho says, smiling. Whatever. Shimura-san. It's time. Time for all of us to disappear. Exclamation point. Shursho. I say, it's okay, Toshinori. It's only natural. We exist to fight all for one, we're just ghosts from the past. You know, Shimura-san, in your case, I can't do anything now. But I have your DNA, from one of Tamura's hands, and where I come from, it's not impossible to transfer the mind to a body. And in some years, when I get stronger, you can be reborn. Hector Shounen says. Seriously? Incredible. But Shursho just give a slight smile. It's okay, you don't have to. I'm happy to exist now. I was able to see and speak again with Toshinori and Sorahiko. I met you, Hector. But I don't need to push more than that. I can rest in peace. She calmly responds. Shursho. It's okay, Toshinori. I want to say I'm very proud of you. You exceeded all my expectations. Good job. She says, smiling and giving me a thumbs up. Shursho. I can't hold back the tears. But before go. Hector, do that. She says abruptly, turning to Hector Shounen. No. Hector Shounen responds immediately. Come on, do it. I won't, I don't have to. You will feel better. I feel really good now. Don't be a tsundere. Shut up, Gilf. Tsundere. Gilf. I don't know what's going on anymore. Hector seems to be denying something. Okay. I do it. Hector Shounen finally accepts. Shursho just smiles and give an encouragement. Go on, Hector starts walking towards us, grimacing. When he gets a good distance away, he sighs and he bows. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I know the results are good, but it doesn't erase the bad deeds I've done. For this I apologize. He's apologizing. He straightens up and walks away without giving us a second glance. We are all shocked. Happy. He says to Shursho. I'm proud of you, Hector. You've come far. Don't lose yourself. In the future, if you feel down and depressed, remember your origins, your childlike admiration for heroes, and your desire to do good. Shursho says, smiling at him. He just nods seriously. Now, do it, Shursho says, and the other users appear again. Goodbye, everyone. I have a good time. I heard once in the past that people don't die when they get shot or exploded. People die when they're forgotten. I'll never forget you. I have a good memory. You guys will live with me anyway. Hector says. And we all watched in silence as the users disappeared into tiny particles of light. They disappear giving advice or wishing good luck to Hector Shounen. I think it's my time now. Hector Shounen speaks. He turns to us and says, Eri, Kana, you guys are strong. It's going to be okay, he says, turning to Duo. And you guys? He looks at us intensely. Hector-kun, don't worry. I won't waste your efforts. Principal Nizu speaks and everyone agrees, the world will not know about you, but we will never forget you. Everyone agrees again. Many thank him like Aizawa and Present Mike. And even Endeavor. Present Mike is even crying and hugging him and calling him pal. Before I go, I'd like to say something. This is the temporary villain name I used. In the future I'll use another one for my super activities, and I'd like to share it now. Remember me by that name. My code name will be Eidolon. It stands for an idealized person or thing or a specter or phantom. I believe it embodies my style. I will work hard to become the ideal version of myself and try to inspire others to do the same. But on the other hand, I will work in the shadows as a ghost for the betterment of society. Besides that, Eidolon is a kind of bat, and I will be paying homage to a certain person who served as a foundation for who I am as a super. Eidolon is a nice name. Approved. Midnight speaks, giving a thumbs up. It's very nice. Oh, now don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Haha, with that, Hector Shaunen, Eidolon, disappears in a beam of light. Everyone looks shocked. But one after the other, we started laughing. I don't know to where he is going back, but I wish I could talk with him more. And I know that I'm not the only one. Bonus World of Being. A little more than a month after Hector departure. Principal Nizu POV. I take a sip of my tea as I watch the newcomers in the meeting room. A lot has happened since we announced the defeat of the villain, Dis. Society is getting back to normal. Many heroes who tried to return to the profession received harsh criticism from the public and eventually dropped out again. Did you foresee even this, Hector-kun? How is your class, Aizawa-sensei? I ask the sleep-deprived hero. Better than I expect. Bakugo finally starts using his foots after not being approved in the provisional hero license exam. And Midoriya has already adapted very well to his new powers. He is already tied with Todoroki in performance. Aizawa responds. Bakugo, because of his pride, for a long time he refused to use the improvements Hector-kun made on his quirk. But it looks like he's finally over that. That's good. To achieve his goal, he has to give his all. I say calmly. Turning to the new addition to the faculty, I ask. And you, Shirakumo? How are you? And Tenko? I ask the recovered Shirakumo Oboro. He recently passed the hero exam and got his links. In addition to patrols with Eraserhead, he is the substitute teacher at UA. The fact that his quirk is Warp Gate still proves invaluable to the hero's side. He already works with many agencies. Hector is very considerate. He even made the fog cuz light blue like his hair, so they wouldn't associate him with Kurogiri. Ha! I'm great, principal. I've adapted. It was easy because Shota and Hisashi haven't changed a thing. Shota is still grumpy as ever. He says, laughing, and present Mike joins in. It's nice to see the three friends together. Eri and Tenko are currently being looked after by the big three. Mirio and Nijire are very good with them. Shirakumo and Tenko have been undergoing psychological follow-up to see they are really okay. He does not care. He's also attached to Shimura Tenko-kun. Maybe it's from his time as Kurogiri, or maybe it's just his personality. After all, he was the kind of guy who couldn't leave a kitten in the rain alone. Eri is here too already? If she is, I say. Entering through the door, the former hero Lady Nagant enters. And currently the heroine Lady Eidolon. She changed her name and went back to being a heroine. In the files that Hector uploaded on the internet, there was information about her suffering, and everyone thinks she infiltrated Dis's inner circle and helped to defeat him. She is already the top 2 hero, behind only Hawks. Endeavor has dropped a lot in rank after he publicly confessed his past mistakes. But he didn't stop being a hero and putting effort into improving his relationship with his family. Hector's words really reach him. Lady Eidolon is in black, and her hair is in a bun. She currently has to be the strongest hero in Japan. Hector wasn't stingy about giving her several support quirks, as she now can withstand it. Nothing too strong, only to help a little. As a quirk that helps control her hair, that's why her hair is already big, since her ammunition is hair and a quirk to fly. And others. Nobody knows how many more she has, she doesn't reveal. Lady Eidolon, glad you came, please have a seat. I say, Principal. She nods and sit. And she starts snacking on the table. How is Eri? I ask. Very good, she's already made friends in her own age. Lady Eidolon speaks with a small smile on her face. Eri and Hector are the only things that can make her smile nowadays. Before leaving, Hector left me a gift for Eri. Several syringes that will give quirks to Eri, in case she wants to pursue a career as a hero. I was surprised that he would trust this to me, and I even went to discuss it with Lady Eidolon. She just shrugged her shoulders and said trust Hector's judgment if he trusts you. Seeing the name, I know there are several quirks to help little Eri. Longevity, super regeneration, tactile telekinesis of Captain Celebrity and many others. With this, Eri can become the strongest in the world. Speaking of the things Hector left behind, it wasn't all a gift. Now that everyone is here, we can talk about the gifts of Eidolon, I say, and everyone gets serious. Looking around, I see the faces of the various people who were there that day. And many who were not, but are reliable. First, All Might. What did David's shield report? I turned to former number 1 hero, who seems very healthy. In fact, Hector secretly left a quirk, power, for All Might to use. He didn't say anything so All Might wouldn't have the pressure to go back to being a hero. He spoke of the importance of All Might's retirement being the end of an old era. Because of this, All Might refrained to come back from his retirement. But he helps when can. Thanks to Hector, All Might ended up as invincible, only defeated by a villain's trick. He has the best record and will stay that way forever. And everyone knows about All Might's sacrifice now. David has nothing but praise for the E-Serum. He said that is the work of a genius, and that he himself would need years to replicate something of that level. Thanks to all the research Eidolon left behind, he predicts he can have a more simplified formula for the public in 10 years. All Might speaks to everyone's delight and surprise. And he did it in a month, really absurd. Hector didn't start from scratch. Kyudai Garaki had been working on the metamorphosis to Tamura for decades. Using his own blood, Hector managed to cheat a little, in his own words. Lady Eidolon talks while eating a snack. But he said he could complete a perfect cure in 3 years. She concludes. Hee. She has to say that Hector is superior to David's shield, huh? Ahem. That's really good, All Might. And how's the arrest going on all those people related to All for One? Tsukachi responds. Investing one by one is complicated. Many have been threatened, so we're being careful not to apprehend anyone unfairly. But that brings up the Aoyama issue. Tsukachi knew looking at everyone. Aoyama is a sore spot for UA faculty. The traitor. Hector left all the information about All for One dealings and explained to us about Aoyama's situation. Hector is a nice guy. He didn't speak publicly about Aoyama, letting us deal with the situation all we see fit. I believe circumstances forced Aoyama Shounen to do what he did. We need to help him in addition to scolding him a little. All Might speaks in defense of the young would-be hero. The meeting continues, and we discuss various issues of how to best use the gifts left by Eidolon. I think with that we can finish for today. Thank you all for coming, I say, concluding the meeting. When everyone stands up, an unexpected person speaks. Recovery Girl goes to Lady Eidolon and asks, Dear, did your period is late? Exclamation point. Well, did Eidolon leave us one last and unexpected gift? End of this arc. Damn, it was a lot longer than expected. Can you all believe I wanted it to last only 4 chapters? Many people don't like the Mha arc, but this arc is about the MC growth. The MC grow in strength, acquire powers, learn about different subjects, learning about heroing, about villainy, create bonds, create a little relationship, learn about his own morals, make mistakes. This arc is all about the MC character development. Sincerely, I don't understand the people that read the first chapter and drops. I will make a note about the future of the history. But I can give a little spoiler. Before the next gacha we'll have High School, X-Men, Avengers, Kingpin, Summons, and the start of MC organization. Wait for it. Till next time. Author's note: first of all, I'm warning you that I won't drop the story. But my vacation is over, so the chapters won't come out as often. I have an internship in the morning and college in the night. And the afternoon would be the only free time, but I have to study. I'm in my last year of college. So I will decrease the frequency, but I will try to keep a good number of words. You may have noticed how the chapters are much bigger now. So I will focus on making larger chapters, even if it takes a long time. I will also research a little more about Marvel. And I'll take the opportunity and look again at the chapters already done and make grammatical corrections. I feel my English has improved. Now about the story. First, I have to say that I never cared about reviews or anything similar. So much so that I didn't post a review giving this story 5 stars, like other authors do. But I saw that on account of the BNHA arc, many simply gave a 1-star review on the first chapter. The story has a much worse level than something much worse on this site. I don't care, but I think if it drops below 4 stars, it goes in the realm of trash FIC of this site, then I think maybe I'll migrate to another platform. I will leave the link if it happens. Really, below 4 stars is unacceptable for the effort I put in. Now about the BNHA arc. I wrote 13 chapters shaping the MC's personality and showing to your guys. In the previous chapters he appears in conflict about the actions he will take in the future. He literally says, "My actions will be downright villainous, but maybe I can redeem myself in the end," but people just don't want to wait for the story to develop. To end the arc, they see the MC acting for the POV of others and do not try to understand that everything can be an act. That maybe he has a plan. I'm disappointed in the little faith taught your guys have in me. Whatever. About harem. Haha, there's a guy in the reviews who was pretty pissed off about being a harem. Sorry I ever even read this garbage if I knew it was going to be a massive harem. Don't waste your time on this piece of garbage. If I wasn't lazy, I'd delete all my nice comments on the first 12 chapters. It currently has 15. There was no romantic progression until Lady Nagant. And we won't even know if we'll see her again. The guy wants me to put harem in the tag. Then it would be misleading. But the fanfic is from Gacha. What did you expect? I know harem is a difficult subject. I will work hard to not look forced and not having women falling for the MC like in 2 seconds. Make more realistic. Maybe with characters reasonable to harem. I honestly don't plan on a romantic development for a long time in this story. Fling here, flirting there, but the MC will stay single for a long time. One proof that the MC isn't a horn dog like other MCs is that he hasn't made a move on anyone in the BNHA world. Seriously, you've seen the women of BNHA. Search BNHA cute sexy robots and see for yourself. The fact that Hector kept his head in the game proves that he is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. Sigma male grind set rule number 616. Women can come in Gacha, focus in saving the world and become strong. Theme plays other 1-star reviews are like, man, you just threw everything in the trash with BNHA arc. The arc so bad. Things were fairly enjoyable until the author decided to go down the psychopath power collection route instead of progressive Gacha gain. Feels like a huge waste of potential, but the MC just feels like discount all for one now. The effectively decision through the entire context of the story and threw it in the trash, Meta Essence no longer required. Gacha is a write-off since he easily steals whatever power he wants and is thus easily ignored in the plot. Heck, they're not even in Marvel anymore. If you like the common power collection stories where the MC runs around stealing everyone's powers so fast that he could never train them all, then this story is better than average in the category. That last one is interesting, let me talk about it a little bit. Would you really trust your power progression on uncertain terms of luck like Gacha? In the world of Marvel? The MC saw an opportunity to take power into his own hands, and he used resources given by the Gacha, and he went for it. The MC is cautious. He went to the world of BNHA to test himself, asshole as it may seem. After all, there would be no consequences for him. It would be unrealistic for him to settle for just the Gacha. Like Superman who is super smart and has alien tech, but he's going to punch people. This bothers me. If you know how to use magic, will you totally forget about learning martial arts? Or technology? Just because you are that kind of character. Plain dumb I would say. A plot device to tie the character in his role, but my fanfic is realistic. The Gacha is Hector's best tool. But he would be an idiot if he only trusted Gacha. Another thing. The MC did not receive a guidebook on how everything in Gacha works. He is learning and therefore we are learning with him. That's why I focus on first-person POV. He doesn't know if one day he will be able to return to BNHA. And if I come back it will be the same world. He doesn't know if the world is real. He just has his own assumptions. He's not perfect. Perhaps he could have approached the world of BNHA in a different and more effective way. But it's easy say this now, right? Else speak after something has already been done. Choose the best decisions after seeing the consequences. Well, about the lemon. I felt like having a lemon in the middle of the chapter, right after the emotional scene with Eri, would be weird, so I left it out. But I can write a side story or interlude. Will we see Hector return to this Banha world? Hee for people who didn't like the arc, wanting to go back feels weird to me now, huh? Is Lady Nagant truly pregnant? Shouldn't Hector be on guard? Who knows? It's his first time. Well, I think that's all. Leave a review of what you think of Banha arc to overcome the bad ones, if you like. For all the people who like this story, thanks for reading. I will put more effort to make better moments. Stick in the story, or don't. You choice. I don't know when there will be another chapter. I need to take care of my life for now. Bye. Stay safe, everyone. Guess who's back? Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. It's okay to lose people, but never lose yourself. Emmy. Marvel World, New York, 6 of February. In the bedroom of the Carvalho residence, a figure slowly appears out of nowhere. This figure is obviously Hector in his form-fitting UMF suit. He seems to trying to be on high alert, as if he's waiting for some monster or baldhead to appear out of nowhere to attack him or worse, have tea with him. Looking sideways, sword of actuation in hand. Using observation hockey and every possible power to detect anything strange, he continues to center himself. He's actually a little dizzy and confused from being back. Cross a multiverse can do this to a person. Contrary to what he showed, he didn't immediately return to the Marvel world after saying goodbye to the heroes and his 2 girls. Hector is too paranoid to just go off like this. Little flashback. Phew. Now, don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Ha, Hector says it before apparently going back to his home world, but that's just a show for those present. With a beam of light he appears above Jaco Hospital, to observe a little how things will develop. In fact, there's still 2 hours left for his time in the world of BNHA to end. Floating unseen in midair, he watches as Principal Nizu and the others deal with the situation. He has to make absolutely sure they will keep their promise to clear Lady Nagant of the charges, as well as take care of Eri. If not, he'll take the 2 of them to the world of Marvel. It's not ideal, but he won't have any other choice. Fortunately, his fears does not come to pass. Within minutes, a large number of police cars and other heroes surround the hospital. They secure the perimeter, evacuate patients and staff. From its high vantage point, Hector can see that there doesn't seem to be any problem. No one is trying to handcuff Lady Nagant. Not that they can. Hector gave her a good amount of quirks to defend herself with. Seeing that everything is going well, Hector breathes a sigh of relief. A second later, he uses his quirk, warping, to solve an unfinished business. Using air wall, he makes a platform to stand on, and on his immediate right appears Stain, the hero killer, after being transported by the quirk, warping. So, Hector starts, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the outcome? You kept your promise. You really showed a better way to change this society, Stain says. And I'll keep mine too. So are you going to get out of the hero killer business for good? Hector asks, giving him a smirk. Yes, after a bit of hesitation Stain replies, but I'm still going to hunt the fake heroes and break a little of their bones. Someone still has to make them dread foul to depravity again. Huh. As long as you don't run around on another killing spree, having someone like you instill fear in the hearts of bastards isn't all bad, Hector says, and then looks down again, looking at the group of young heroes. They can work in the light, inspiring people to become better versions of themselves. Hector says, pointing to the young people, you keep working in the shadows, being a deterrent to keep people from going astray. That's what I intend, Stain says while also looking down. To the world, I am your last subordinate who still carries your ideals. Let's let the shadow of dis hang as a threat of what could happen to this society if they falter again. Sorry to put you through this, Hector apologizes, looking back at Stain. Forget it. I don't know any other life besides this one. Stain just shrugs. The two fall into a comfortable silence as they listen for police sirens. You know, Hector begins by calling the hero killer's attention. In the same class as those young people, there is a girl who wants to become a hero for money. This makes Stain look at the group carefully. I'm not telling you this to go hunt her. Let me finish. Hector adds, that girl, Yurarika Ochako? She's a good girl. Her parents don't have much money. She wants to be a hero to give a relaxed life to her parents. When she was little, she saw the tired face of her parents and wanted to help. One day she saw a hero saving the day and looked around and noticed all the people smiling relaxed. Even her parents. Hector continued as if talking to himself. What I mean is, if you look simplistically at her goal, she wants money, but if you look carefully and more deeply, she wants to put a smile on people's faces, especially her parents, making them live comfortably. Hector finally turns to Stain. People have their own circumstances. Everyone is so complex. You shouldn't kill people, cutting off any chance and potential for good by your own biased judgment. Is what I want to you, Akaguro-san. Hector concludes. Stain is silent for a while. I understand. People can be different types of heroes. Creating my own template and killing the ones that don't fit make me no different of hero commission. Hector smiles. I'm glad that you understand, and then Hector looks back at the group below. Are you sure you don't want to spend this time with the two of them? Stainus. Hector scratches his cheek. I already said goodbye. It would be embarrassing to show up again. Hee. Changing the subject. Do you want me to fix your nose? Hector asks. No. This wound is the proof of my determination. I inflicted it on myself after being enlightened by a man in the way I should go. Stain responds, taking his hand where his nose should be. I know. Fun fact, the only quirk I ever gave you, Overclock, belonged to this guy. He lost to All for One and a copy was stored in this lab for all this time. Due to the brain damage All for One received, he couldn't use it without causing detriment to himself, Hector says. He likes to make these little revelations. Stain, unlike Lady Nagant and Aerie, received only one more quirk from Hector, Overclock. A quirk that allows the user to accelerate to extreme speeds, to the point that to the user, it looks like nothing is moving. According to the wiki, its true ability consists of stimulating the brain, speeding up the user's perception and thoughts relative to everything else, allowing them to move at a much faster speed than others. In normal situations, the user can move at speeds approximately 3 to 10 times faster than normal. In emergency situations, when the user's fight or flight response is active, the user can move at speeds a few dozen times faster than normal. The user can move fast enough to outpace bullets. The user can move fast enough to the point that the world seems completely frozen. Moving faster than time requires you to move at the speed of light or faster, about 186,000 miles per second. This quirk is very OP, is currently a trump card in Eidolon's arsenal. Exclamation point. This fact seems to surprise Stain. I did not know that. Fate is really interesting. Stain with this new quirk proves to be a fatal opponent for anyone. Lady Nagant has a copy too, by the way. 5 minutes to go. Hector says absently, it doesn't look like anything unpredictable is going to happen. Yes. Hector finally stops looking down and turns his face to the horizon. Beatifuta, he says to Stain. Looks very shitty to me. I think is a little my fault. Hector speaks referring to the state of the city. Deserted streets, graffiti, trash, poor lighting. Consequences of the temporary chaos that he created. But I think the world in general is a very beautiful and nice place to live. Hector completes with a small smile. So nice. And because of that it's easy for bastards to taint this world with their evil intentions, Akaguro-san. It's easy to be evil. And to evil win, all is need is for good men do nothing. Hector completes with a hard look in his eyes. 1 minute. Hector says apparently to himself. Will you ever come back? Stannis. I intend. I don't know if it's possible. Believe it or not, I've only had my powers for less than 2 months. I don't know my limits yet. But I'll try to come back. In 5 or 10 years, Hector says and then puts his chin between his fingers. Although I don't know if there's time dilation. He mutters. Well, now it's my time for real, Hector says turning to Stain. Goodbye, Akaguro Kaizome. He says holding out his hand. Stain takes it without hesitation. Goodbye, Hector. I don't think that you are a true hero. But you can be your own type of hero. Hector laughs. Exactly what I intend. And he opens a portal for Stan, while slowly disappearing. Nothing flash as he had shown earlier. Just him fading into existence in this world. Stain crosses the portal to an alley a little farther away. He will work to keep alive the little conch that Hector left in this world. In his own way. Present time, Marvel world. Minutes have passed and Hector is still on high alert. Muscles coiled and ready to pounce on the sign of any irregularity. Hector doesn't intend to let his guard down. He's just suffered a multiversal displacement. His mind and body were dizzy for a moment. He's afraid some sort of multiversal abomination has noticed this move of his or has followed him. Or that anyone at Marvel itself has noticed. He trusts the Gacha's words. If the Gacha says he can do something, there's no reason for Hector to doubt it. But he's going to do his own tests first, to be sure. And also, what about the consequences? This is something never considered in those novels and fanfics Hector read before he was transmigrated. Travel ticket said it would give you a month in another world. But now is there any kind of consequence for this act? Is it that simple to move between multiverses? And remain inconspicuous? The world of Marvel is full of universal and multiversal level entities. Hector may well have caught the attention of some of these beings. Well, Hector also doesn't know anything about the essence itself. Who make it? Was it an omnipotent being? Stronger than the one above all? Is the essence absolute? Did it naturally appear in the omniverse? Did it choose him? It was luck? Can essence's powers really stand above the nigh-omnipotent beings of the Marvel Universe? Theoretically, yes. But Hector doesn't know that, and he never trusts anything to be 100%. After a few minutes and nothing happening, Hector seems to relax, only outwardly. He moves to a corner of the room. For a laptop he had previously bought and starts checking out certain things. First, the clock shows the same numbers of a month ago. In other words, no time has really passed. Then he goes to the webcam and checks the last recorded minutes. Since before he used the travel ticket, he pointed the camera at himself and recorded what his transportation would be like. Watching the monitor, Hector frowns. From a third-person perspective, his body flickers for a second. His body becomes transparent until it disappears and then he reappears in the same place. This confirms a few things. The first is that he really went body, mind and soul into the world of BNH. He didn't just send his mind like a VR simulation. The second is that it increases the chances that someone has noticed. So his earlier caution makes more sense. Does the Gacha cloak him from people that can sense his multiversal movement? Keeping an impassive face, Hector speaks. I know you're there. But nothing responds. Why don't you come over so we can talk? Isn't it better than playing mind games? Hector continues talking to nothing in particular. Hector is bluffing. He doesn't feel anyone, even using various powers. But that doesn't make him relax. After all, if anyone can feel him moving between multiverses, that person must be way beyond Hector's perception. Sighing, Hector decided to let it go. Focusing on that now will be a waste of time. If someone really is there, would have already made his move. Hector POV caution is never too much. Especially in the world I live in now. Vacation is over. Time to be in high alert again all the time. Now I can no longer go around using my powers carelessly. Just thinking that I can't train openly anymore, and the delay it will now take to assimilate some characters. Walking around the house and taking off my UMF suit, I find myself thinking about the time I spent in the world of BNH. I have a strange feeling in my chest. As if I've forgotten something. Something is bothering me. It can't be important. I throw myself on the bed with open arms to relax a little. The time is still early in the morning, I have the whole day ahead of me. But 30 minutes later, I still can't even take a nap. I start reminiscing about everything I did during my 1-month stay and, the cringy. Oh my god. Did I really say those things? Damn. And the things I did. URG. That speech, am I Naruto by any chance? All that month I stayed cool and collected. It's not very difficult, after all, many characters I've assimilated are very calm and cold. Batman, Kakuri, Starkiller. They have good control over their emotions. At least outwardly. Don't their feelings show. But now that I'm in the sanctuary that is my home, I start to think about my attitudes, and damn, I curse my genius-level intelligence that don't let me forget. I need telepath. The best power. I can suppress my memories. The dream of every teenager. That speech like a villain showman. I know it was to buy time, but man, so cringe. But I don't know. It seemed cooler at the time, and in my head. I'm still a teenager, huh? Sigh I think as I try to poke a hole in my bed to hide. At least there were a lot of good things. I met a lot of interesting people like the holders of One for All, Eri and Kana. I feel my body reacting just remembering the night we had. Now I'm attached. And lonely. Th. Okay Hector. Stop thinking about the past, I say sitting up quickly and slapping my face twice, some Japanese habit that he absorbed. In the future you try to go back. Being depressed now doesn't help you at all. But is it possible to go back? I open my unused card inventory and see the other anime travel ticket. Can I go back to the world I've already visited? Or will it be another version? Or can I choose? I can only choose the world after using the card, so I can't test it now. Or maybe I need another type of card. I really don't know everything that I can gain though the gacha. I don't plan on using a travel ticket anytime soon. I want to get used to all my earnings in the world of BNH. And I also want to get some rest. Honestly, if it were me, I would use every travel ticket soon. It would be a good opportunity to train and stay ahead since I would be a newbie in the world of Marvel. But in this story, which has already spent 10 chapters, away from the world of Marvel, time to focus in the main storyline. Hector won't be using the travel ticket anytime soon. I hope the reason is reasonable. I will use the travel ticket when I hit a bottleneck or became stagnated. There is no need to use now. Let's check my situation and plan for the future. I decide to open my gacha tabs. 2/4, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race, metahuman character assimilation fully assimilated, Funny Valentine, Batman, Miles Morales, Yagami Light, Jace in progress. Charlotte Kakuri 92%, Starkiller 80%, Loki 12%, summon characters, none powers. Source of all living matter, Minecraft inventory, Miss Militia power shard, power manipulation, various other stolen/copied powers, One for All, overhaul, rewind, new order, decay, perks, custom visual powers, imbue, card mechanic equipped items, none inventory, Minecraft chakra books, EDI biomech suit version 2.0, Starkiller Sith armor, Lightsaber X04, neutralizer gun, 13mm auto anti-freak combat pistol, Jackal, Helsing, sword of actuation, Berserk, Hex Tech hammer. Others. I had predicted that the assimilation of Katakuri, Starkiller and Miles would take about 3 months if I just stayed in Marvel, not being able to freely use my abilities. Going to the BNHA world, I intended to finish all 3 before coming back, as I could train and fight freely. But I didn't just train there. I studied, researched, stayed with Eri and Kana, learned about heroes and villains from my ghost teachers, and also took the time to get used to the considerable number of quirks I acquired, not counting the time-hunting powers. So it's no surprise that I couldn't finish assimilating Katakuri and Starkiller. Well, no problem, because my growth in other areas pays off. Seeing Loki's rapid assimilation just confirms that Loki is really weak. Too bad. But with it I gain a base to start using magic. Just as I've noticed that I can use Haki beyond what Katakuri is capable of, nothing stops me from using magic beyond what Loki was capable of now that I have the potential. Plus I probably have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. And resistance to poisons, diseases and cold that this frost giant physiology should give me. Starkiller is really slowly progressing. This surprised me. As he is a baseline human without the force, I thought he would be the fastest to assimilate. But it seems that the sheer amount of abilities takes a toll in the assimilation. And the fact that he was my first character with an overwhelming spiritual power, I think that he is laying the foundation for future assimilations to be smoother. Before him I must have had a very normal mind. Seeing the VS battles, wiki show that Starkiller is very fucking strong. Planetary level in truth. So the assimilation takes time. Hector's don't know how much stronger is right now. I use Versus Battles and Omniversal Battlefield to see the tier of the characters, by the way. And when Katakuri reached 91%, I finally acquired the Machi Machi no Mi Awakening. Now that I probably have all of his abilities, all I need to do is acquire all of his stats. Physical strength, speed. My goal is to try to finish assimilating Katakuri, Starkiller, and Loki by the end of the month. I want to leave the slots free for whatever I win in the next gacha. I have time. It's still February 6th. Gacha will be on March 1st. Let's see my unused cards. I don't think there are any more characters that I want to assimilate. 3/4, non-used cards, characters, Shago, Kim Possible, Flurkin Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics, Takito Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo, Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul, Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead, Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland, Gigantomachia, Boku no Hero Academia, Items, Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb, Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271, Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul, Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai, D-Rouse Kitchen, Knife, Toriko, Ika Series, Naruto, Murasame, Akane Ga Kill, Palantiri, Lord of the Rings, M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs. Predator, Powers and Abilities, Made in Heaven Stand, JJ So, Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Consumables Shonen Setting Travel Ticket Mid-Tier/1 month, Background Customization Card X04, Movie Setting Travel Ticket, Weakness Removal Card X02. Really, no characters I want the skills. I think these are all potential summons, and maybe I must finally do the first summon now. I am strong enough to control any of these that are summoned, in the event of rebellion. But I doubt it will happen anyway. By tomorrow my high school starts, so my time will be even more limited. At least until I graduate early and go to college. So it will be nice to have someone who can do things for me while I'm busy half the day seeing people I don't want to see and learning things I already know. But who first? Honestly, I see only 3 viable options. Shago, Helena, and Isabella. The others can't help me right now. I think I'll start with Isabella. Of the 3, she is the weakest, and with the most submissive personality. It will be a good test. Wait, I can test it by summoning Flurkin first. Let's see how this Essence Imbue loyalty works. I take the Flurkin card and use it to summon. For some reason, this Flurkin card is the only one with no option to assimilate. I have some theories. like him not being humanoid or not being sapient. But I'll need more examples to test these theories. After trying to summon this alien cat, a prompt appears asking me, "Do you want to use a background customization card, 04? No. Use pedigree? As a result, the card scatters into particles of light that reshape into the shape of an ordinary cat. Meowth, a gray fluffy cat, with stripes appear in my room. He looks at me curiously. I watch him too. Do you speak? Or understand me? I start. Meowth. So he is not a cartoonish pet. I feel like I can understand him a little bit. Do I have a mental link with summons? Or just pets? Come here, I say, extending my hand. He comes over and starts rubbing himself against my outstretched hand. I can't resist and start to caress his soft fur. He climbs onto my lap. Can you do a 360 degrees backflip? I ask jokingly. He looks at me with a face that says, "Do you seriously want me to do this?" Okay. You seem lazy and narcissistic like any cat, but you seem to obey me. I say and take a gold bar from my inventory. Show me your powers. Eat this. I say, throwing the bar up high. He looks at the bar for a moment before opening his mouth. His mouth extends far enough to almost take in his entire face. Tentacles much larger than what could naturally fit this little cat reach out and capture the gold bar. In the next instant, the bar is already in his stomach, and he acts as if nothing has happened, licking his snout. Wow, I say, that's cool as hell. He looks proud of himself. Can you spit it back? I ask. He looks at me for a moment, seems hesitant to part with his snack, but doesn't look like he's going to disobey. I just raise an eyebrow at him and he promptly obeys. It immediately regurgitates the gold bar onto my bedroom floor, along with saliva and damaging my carpet. Good boy. I will give you more delicious things later. I say, rewarding him with a scratch behind his ears. Looks like he's obedient, but it retains its own individuality. Pet, name, race, Flurkin bond relationship, 1/10, according to Gacha. When the relationship reaches 10, the summons will love me unconditionally, will follow any order even if it goes against their morals and ideal, and would even die for me without hesitation. For now he follows my orders, and he will certainly not betray me. Those are the only guarantees. Can you eat again? Slower. I say. He obeys, and I watch more carefully. Those tentacles look strong. Spit it out, he obeys again. Nice one. I reward him with more affection. And I see the bond relationship increasing to 2. That's easy. Now, what name to give you? I speak while lifting him Lion King style. I don't see genitals. So I think it's female. Or are Flurkin asexual? I never had a cat. I remember seeing once on the Marvel wiki that they only eat until they have enough energy to lay hundreds of eggs. I shudder with the thought. Should I search an intergalactic vet to neuter you? I ask. Meowth? He doesn't seem to like it. But he doesn't attack me or anything. I teased him to see if he could damage me, like Nick Fury in the MCU. Test his loyalty. But even though he obviously doesn't like the conversation, he just stays still. It seems to be true that summons can't do anything to my detriment. Well, back to the name. Since you seem to be asexual, any kind of name will be fine. Simba? Tama? Lovecraft? No. Bad idea. Lovecraft had a cat, and his cat's name wasn't so cool. Who knows? But since you're such a cute eldritch abomination, I think I'll stick with the theme. Haha. Your name will be Catho. Ha. No one can convince me otherwise. I love this name. Meowth? Wait. I have Univoice. The Univoice is a quirk that allows the user to communicate with and command animals through speech. Are you kind of just obeying me because of this quirk? Or the fact that I'm understand you slightly is because of Univoice? The understanding part is the passive part of the quirk. But I didn't use the quirk to give commands. So I think his is really loyal. And can Univoice work on animal aliens? Or maybe because he is similar enough to an earth animal. The test was for nothing. I can't be sure of anything with one summon. I will just summon one of the others right now. Well, Cathalhu, I need to buy you some things. Collar, sandbox, toys, food. But let's summon a companion now. So give me a help with The Godfather, play okay? I say, picking Cathalhu and going downstairs to the living room. Putting my new pet on my lap, I sit in a comfortable chair. Honestly, if Isabella doesn't seem loyal, I'll just send her away. She's not that precious. Better than forcing something. I'll use my powers to read her and find out if she's trustworthy. I have several powers that can help me on this. I had a rule not to abuse powers like that, lest I become lazy and complacent. But the situation demands it. I can be flexible. Time to the truth. Summon. Third-person POV Xavier Institute, Cerebro Room Professor Charles Xavier. To the world, he is a renowned researcher with a focus on the fields of biology and sociology. His most acclaimed work is his research into the mutations that happen in the human that generates their powers. The X gene, as the professor called it, is the factor in the genetic code that gives the potential for human beings to develop their innate mutant abilities. But for anyone who knows the super-secret side of the world, will know that the professor himself is a telepath mutant. In his youth, he traveled the world, and when he discovered that there were many like him, he decided to invest his family's wealth and property to found Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. To be able to help young people that is just like him to control their gifts, and pave the way for coexistence between humans and mutants. At the moment, Charles Xavier is in a secret room at the Institute. The Cerebro Room. The Cerebro is a device that the professor created with the help of Hank McCoy, and later has been improved with the help of his student Jean Grey, creating the second version. This Sunday morning, the teacher is operating on the Cerebro as usual. He always takes a few hours out of the day, usually at the beginning and end of the day, to be on the lookout in case a mutant emerges that needs the help from the X-Men. But out of nowhere, lights start flaring, smoking starts rising, the system overload, and the professor who was wearing the helmet starts to feel excruciating pain in his head. As quickly as it happened, that event is over, leaving Cerebro inoperable and a panting professor lying on the floor. Some minutes later, Professor. Oh my God. Are you all right? A group appears along with a small burst of smoke. The group consists of 4 people: Hank McCoy the Beast, Kurt the Nightcrawler, Jean Grey the Marvel Girl, and Scott Summers the Cyclops. When Cerebro had a problem, it alerted Hank McCoy that was in his lab, and he immediately called Kurt and asked to bring Jean in case the professor received any mental backslash. Scott is just a tag-along. Professor, what happened? Are you okay? Jean asks as she helps Hank McCoy examine the professor. Jean is a teenager telepath and empathic mutant. She is a redhead with green eyes and appears to be under 18 years old. She is one of the founding members of the X-Men. At the moment, the group has less than 2 years of field activity, in which they help to rescue mutants and fight against anti-mutant groups and the Brotherhood. I'm okay? It's the Cerebro. It registered a large mutant power source. It overloaded. The professor speaks as he is helped to his wheelchair. The Cerebro, like a hearing aid, helps you telepaths feel the brainwaves of mutants. The downside is that if you get too much information, you get sensory overload. I'll try to do something to prevent it from passing too much information at once, in case the readings are off charts. The Beast, Hank McCoy, mutters lost in thought as he reads the teacher's vital signs with a device in his hand. As Dr. McCoy said, Cerebro works by reading a specific type of brain wave that people with innate powers release, especially when they use their powers. Hector studied this theory in the world of being. Tartarus Prison is full of devices that constantly read the brain activity of inmates. If the part of the brain responsible for activating the quirk changes, all type of devices, weapons, restrictions will emerge to contain the prisoner. Knowing the theory of how Cerebro works, Hector obviously took precautions to prevent detection. He already has a natural and robust mental defense, And one thing is that he never procrastinated on is his daily meditation to further strengthen his mind. The problem was the multidimensional movement that Hector suffered upon returning. His readaptation to the laws of physics and to the Marvel world in general made him dizzy for a second. Obviously, he was slightly vulnerable at that time, so he was using powers to defend himself and detect any danger. During that 1 second of time when he was using multiple powers and was slightly messed up with his mental faculties, the professor was using Cerebro. And he caught Hector's existence before Hector stabilized. But the Cerebro couldn't pinpoint Hector's location, only that he is in America. The Cerebro is broken now, but even if it were to be used again, it would be impossible to locate Hector, who has already raised his mental defenses. So you mean a powerful mutant has emerged? Scott asks. The leader of the X-Men, when he's not following the instructions of adults like Logan, Storm and Hank. Scott is an alpha-level mutant that can shoot concussive blasts through his eyes. He can't control it. Because of this he uses glasses made of a ruby quartz material. From the reading it's definitely an Omega level. In fact, it was the highest reading recorded by Cerebro. The professor speaks. Leaving one detail aside, the sensation that the reading leaving on him is somewhat similar to the reading another mutant's mind. His son, David Haller, the Legion, is an Omega-level mutant who is currently imprisoned in a secret psychiatric hospital, which Xavier funds for the protection of David and the world. The reason the reading is familiar is that Legion can create spontaneous powers, with a downside of creating a different personality as well, and he is a mutant with the greatest amount of powers that Charles Xavier had ever felt. Till now. This creates an uneasy feeling in Charles Xavier. A mutant with that much power usually lacks the control to wield it. Storm still changes the weather from time to time with her strong emotions. Jean has little control over her telepathy, and he doesn't even want to talk about Wanda or his own son. The example of the best control of a Omega leave that Xavier knows is Magneto. But he's spent decades perfecting his powers. Charles Xavier swears to himself to find and help this mutant before he harms others, or even himself. An interesting fact is that Hector had already foreseen the possibility of being associated with Legion. In fact, one of the main reasons he took All for One was the possibility of giving people the idea that his power is copying/stealing powers. Anything to disguise the Gacha. His biggest secret. If he showed up with a new skill every month, people would be suspicious. No one would have a power set as vast as he did. He doesn't mind people knowing he can take the powers of others. That wouldn't reveal the specific powers he has anyway. How are you going to guard against someone who may have thousands of abilities? It would even be good to pass on the false image of invincibility and mystery that he intends to have in the future. But the Gacha, no way he wants someone to know about it. Power copying would be an excellent cover. And also he doesn't intend to show all his powers. Giving false information will be an advantage to him. As Xavier spoke with the group of 4, Kitty Pryde the Shadow Cat phases through the roof bringing Logan, Storm, Robert, Bobby, Drake the Iceman, Jubilee and Rogue, holding her covered sleeve. So we have a new student, Chuck? Logan, the Wolverine asks nonchalantly after seeing that the professor appears to be in no critical condition. The professor sighs and shakes his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I couldn't find out his or her exact location. Just that it's on the east coast of America. And Cerebro is not functional right now. Kitty Pryde opened her mouth at this point as well. So, maybe he got his powers naturally, you know? No life-crushing trauma. That is a good thing. She says while fiddling with her smartphone, browsing news and social media sites, searching for any big event Tot can realt with a mutant activity. We can go looking using the Blackbird. Scott speaks. Would be a goose chase. We don't even know where to start, Logan retorts. Let's wait, if he's that powerful maybe he can't stay hidden for long. Storm adds. And if it takes too long we can use Cerebro again, Jean Grey talks. How long do you think it will take to fix it, Dr. McCoy? At least a week. But if it's to put the improvements I'm thinking about, much more. It will be useless to reuse Cerebro without improvement. He would just go in overload again. The furry doctor says. There is no need to be overeager now. In time we'll bring this new mutant to teach him about himself and to him to know that he is OT alone. Charles Xavier speaks. With that he dismisses everyone, making them go back to what they were doing previously. What he doesn't know is that this new mutant will find them first. Asgard in a gold-covered hall, two figures in green stroll carelessly through the treasury of Odin's palace. If someone look at where they came from, they could see several Einjar guards standing around, looking completely normal, only with their eyes glowing from time to time with green lights. The guards have already fallen under the illusion and magic charm of the two individuals, Loki and Amora. So, what type of toys are we taking? Amora asks Loki as she walks a little behind, letting Loki be the first to face anything ahead. Breaking into Odin's vault wouldn't be one of the first things she'd want to try in her entire life. This little trip of them has everything to go wrong. Just some items to smooth our future endeavors. Loki responds with a smile. Tell me again how you think this plan of yours is going to work? You were never the more successful of the brothers, Amora drawls, as she twirls a lock of hair around her index finger. The corner of Loki's mouth twitches. It will work. Thor is not at his peak right now. You can control him and turn him into whatever you want, and I will have Midgard, and eventually the 9 realms. And you think Odin will just sit around and let you do what you want? Amor asks. Kiki. Odin won't be able to interfere until it's too late. And even when he tries, I will have my means to deal with the All-Father. Loki responds. I see. Amora just says, Loki doesn't look like he'll reveal anything more. She doesn't care as long as she can have Thor. Loki appears to have a backing, Athit will provide him with an army. But she doesn't know much about it. With Thor in hand, as it should have always been, Loki will be no problem. She has her own ways too, which she didn't reveal to Loki. This partnership won't last long. Now it's just a matter of waiting for whoever gets what they want first to betray the other right away. The two continue walking until they find themselves in front of a pedestal with an artifact the size of a football ball in the shape of an eye. The Warlock's Eye. Amora says, mesmerized. With this you can have Thor. Forever. Loki says, flamboyantly signaling to the artifact. The Warlock's Eye is a mystical weapon with the ability to cast powerful mind-controlling enchantments that very few can resist. If Amora uses this artifact to strengthen her natural charm magic, Heen, you really did your part. With that, Thor not only won't interfere with your plans, he'll even help. Now you just need to guide me to where Thor is hiding in Midgard, Amora says with a smile. All in due time, my lady. Now let's get out quickly, get the artifact. Loki says while conjuring a portal to escape. Amora doesn't hesitate to get Warlock's Eye after making sure it doesn't have any traps. And then she walks through the portal quickly, as if afraid something might go wrong. Watching Amora pass through the portal, Loki squints his eyes and then turns to another pedestal. For a certain item that under normal circumstances would be useless and even dangerous for any Asgardian. Before entering the portal and following Amora, Loki takes it and stores this item in a magical space. His true objective from the beginning. The Casket of Ancient Winters. In Hello Guys and Gals. Chapter to remind you all of the powers of the MC and a bit of world building. Creating the foundation of the next adventures. I was thinking, sometimes you can't help but make a chapter a little weak. You have to create a base for the climax. You know, like in One Piece, Fishman Island and Punk's Hazard. But it served as the foundation that is now paying off in Wano. I was very happy for the praise that the end of BNHA arc had. I'm glad that works. I found that my writing style is quite slow. I like to develop the characters and the world a lot. And I also like slice of life. So the pacing of story is very turtle-like. Sorry. Next chapters won't have much action. But relax, in this story, the first 13 were the origin of MC. Mha arc was a development. The prologue is finally over GUIs. Let's go. By the way, I made some auxiliary chapters to help remember everything the MC has. Check it out. Also explained to Essence. Bye people. Stay safe. Till next time. Interlude. Tsutsumi Kana I own nothing. I just see that we reached 1 million views. Damn. This copter is a gift to you all and a challenger to myself. It's also an idea of how to present summons, as I will try to develop them very well. Check it out. And leave comments. Tsutsumi Kana, Lady Nagant, POV, do you have any experience in babysitting? Wadash. What is this man talking about? Just follow me, the hooded man says, you too Stain. After that he opens a portal, with a mist that comes out from under his cloak. After a little hesitation, Stain and I entered the portal. After all, it's either that or we're captured again. And I won't deny that this man has caught my interest. Next day, this cute girl here is Eri. Hector, because he introduced himself with his real name to me and Stain, talks while introducing a little girl with light gray hair, red eyes and a little horn on the right side of her forehead. Hector has already removed his costume, and I was surprised to see how young he is. He's a minor. What happened to Japan while I was in prison? I want you to take care of her when I'm gone. Being a woman, it will be less embarrassing, I think. Hector says, watching the little girl trying to hide behind Hector's legs and eyeing me warily. I can't help but think of my blood-stained hands. And since of that day that I starting doubting if what I was doing is wrong. See Eri? She's as scared of you as you are of her. Hector's speech abruptly jolts me out of my thoughts. What kind of expression I must be showing? I bring my hand to my face and turn around. But I feel something tugging my pants. When I look, I see that little girl Eri. She's shaking a little, still scared of me, I realize, but that doesn't stop her from showing concern for me. Are you all right? She asks. I'm sure I'm showing a surprised expression right now. Looking quickly at this Hector guy, I only see him smiling slightly in my direction. The knowing-all smile is annoying. Okay, this. Just remembering something. I reply trying to force a smile to calm her down. She just nods sheepishly at me. You don't have to take the pencil off the paper in hiragana, ichai, Eri. Just make the turns with the right spaces. I explain to Eri. When she nods in understanding, I run a hand through her hair. A few days have passed, and I'm now more comfortable with Eri. She's even calling me aunt. I found out about Eri's story, and I know now that she suffered a lot. This society of heroes is too cruel for the unimportant. How much a little girl's life is worth when you put Japan's status quo in the balance, right, director? I grit my teeth a little, remembering my old boss whom I killed. This thoughts always brings out the worst in me. I change my thoughts by watching Eri write. Hector left on some mission, looks like he's going to take some time. He said he went to Europe. Even though he went out to fight, he never once mentioned using my skills as an assassin. I'm kind of grateful for that. I enjoy spending time with Eri. Hector talked to me about his plans for the future, and I can only say I'm shocked. Curric Singularity Doomsday, ending all for one activities, exposing fake heroes, and all the dirt of the Hero Commission. I can't say I'm not moved. That is why. I want in. I say, huh. Hector turns around confused. I want to help in some way. I say, in the future you will need reliable subordinates, right? You won't have to worry about me betraying on you. After all, I can't go back to the Hero Commission. It's a little more complicated than that. He says, scratching his cheek. Honestly, there's no reason for you to go back to this line of business, Tsutsumi-san. When I'm done, you'll be able to live peacefully. After that, he tells me a little about other people to whom he intends to entrust the future. For the heroes who will keep fighting even against the odds. Heroes in the making too. They just need to pass this last test, which is a society at the lowliest possible point. You've sacrificed enough, Tsutsumi-san. He says, placing a hand over my head, "You can rest now." He walks past me and starts walking away, leaving me rooted in place. But he starts still walking away. "If you want to help me, how about training with me a little? I have some tests to run, and I think you are the ideal partner." PF, ugh. I failed again. You need to feel something like a whoosh and then a zing, Hector tries to explain to me as he holds up a giant paper fan. He said he wanted to test if it was possible to teach one of his skills to me. Apparently this skill uses willpower, so theoretically anyone can use it. And since I have great eyesight, he said that maybe I have a talent for it. It's been days since the training started. Is it impossible? It's not like it's an innate ability. Or if it's needed chakra or ki. I hear him muttering. "Sorry, I don't know if I'm a good teacher. I can use it naturally. Can't you just give me that ability?" I ask after having failed many times. Like I said, hockey is not a quirk. It's more of a fighting style. And honestly, don't feel bad for not being able to learn. Maybe it's impossible from the beginning. And even if it wasn't, apparently it takes a few years to perfect. I'm testing it, because if you show even a shred of it, I'll know it's possible to teach. So thanks for helping me with this. I don't want to fail this. Oh, maybe I should cheat, Hector says suddenly as he slams a clenched fist into the palm of his other hand. "Trust me, okay," he says, approaching me and sitting down in front of me. We're both cross-legged. He holds both my hands in his, and he starts to lean his face closer to mine. Wait, I'm not ready. Out of nowhere. Even with my mind in turmoil, I try to keep an impassive face. I have a power of lesser telepathy. I can pass on some of my memories and sensations to you. Work better with contact. Let's cheat in learning hockey. He says and touches his forehead to mine. Close your eyes and relax. Don't resist, he can only be doing this on purpose. Clearing my mind of these thoughts, I close my eyes and wait. When his forehead touches mine, the stream of information starts going rampage in my mind. Arg. I fall back. Sorry. I passed like your brain was worked similar to mine. TSC. Rookie mistake. He approaches and kisses my forehead. What is his doing? Feeling better now? Recovery girl quirk. Sorry, Tsutsumi-san. He spoke with a face full of regrets. I really have to be more responsible with my powers. It's hard to hold back. He says and then keeps muttering something. As for why a Superman guy always starts losing in the fights, he keeps holding back to gauge how much force he can use to keep from destroying his opponents. No problem. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Let's continue, I say. Do you still want to try? Obviously. I answer and he keeps looking at me. After a while he laughs. You're really tough, huh? Come on then. I'll be more careful. After that we tried again. It works. I slowly begin to understand what he is giving me. And it's not just information. There are sensations and emotions too. I find myself in a room that has a training space. Punching, kicking, meditating, dodging. Seeing so many things. I'm not in control of my body. Is different. My body is stronger, faster. After a kaleidoscope of scenes pass like this, I take a look at myself and see that I am Hector. It's like I'm living what he already lived. His training, his discoveries. About hockey. After an unknown period of time, I come to myself. Hector pulls away, letting me process everything I'm feeling right now. After a while in a trance. Whoosh, before I can think, I move my head to the side a little. Hector's paper fan brushes past the side of my head. After that, he attacks a few more times. I couldn't dodge all of them, but it's possible to see that it has been improvement. Really? It worked. You are at a very beginner level. But now I know it's possible. Hector says. How it feels. This familiarity with this power is strange. But I can finally feel what you were talking about. I answer. Can you make armament? Raising my hand, I try to reinforce it with hockey. But there is no progress. I feel like you're heading in the right direction. But it seems to be harder for you to use armament. As I imagined, your talent lies more with observation hockey. Hector says, but now you have the base, you can train by yourself. Let's go back. Already? I ask quickly before I can stop myself. I feel like I don't want this time between us to end so quickly. It's almost night. You spent hours in a trance, he says, shocking me. Looking at the sky, I see that it is already getting dark. Let's go back. Eri is waiting for us. That line of his strangely brings a smile to my face. Just a few more days? That's how long Hector has in this world. In a few more days he will return from wherever he came from and disappear from this world. And from my life too. Heh. I give a self-deprecating laugh. What are you expecting, Lady Nagant? Some sort of happy ending? You, Hector and Eri? Are you forgetting everything that you've done? You don't deserve happiness. When Hector told me about the Omniverse, and the fact that fiction in this world can be reality in another world and vice versa. He thought I was shocked because I'm just a character in someone's story, but I didn't care about that. I already know I'm not important. What left me silent was the fact that his time here is limited from the start. That's what I care about now. I like him. Rolling in my bed, I hug my pillow. Sigh, what right do I have to like anyone anyway? I'm in front of Hector's room. I know he's awake. In fact, I never saw him sleep. I turn around. I couldn't do this. I'm such a coward. Tomorrow is the big day. I don't have another chance. Hector has already arranged everything for me to get amnesty. Then it won't be difficult for me to have custody of Eri, even if her grandfather wakes up. He's already given me several quirks, and my hockey training has progressed quite a bit. He also left other plans in case things go wrong after he leaves. I finally arrive in front of his room. I take a deep breath and knock on the door. Come in. I hear him speaking and I enter after taking another deep breath to calm myself down. How is Eri? She's asleep. She's getting better. I think tomorrow she's going to cry again. So be prepared. I answer, my thoughts still in turmoil. Impossible to be prepared for this. True. So, tomorrow is the big day. You're really going forever. I start some small talk. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a way I can come back. I don't know if I use my opportunity to come here again. I'll come back exactly to this world. Or go to another version from this world. He says, this gives me hope. But I can't trust maybes and ifs. But, will you miss me? I thought I left enough pictures of me. You can frame them all. Yes. I'll miss you, Hector. I answer truthfully without thinking too much. He looks taken back. What to do? What to say? Throw myself to him? He will think that I'm easy? Damn. I should plan better. Maybe create a mood. Brought wine? Wait. He's a minor. Kana your cougar. At least he is mature enough. You know, Hector. I begin already. Before my thoughts start wandering too much. Yes, I'm Hector, Hector Disu. He responds quickly. In hindsight, I feel like I got carried away by the decision of others all my life. And I regretted it a lot. I don't want to have any more regrets. This will be my last opportunity. I going in his direction. His eyes starts to widen. I think he knows where this is going. Wait. No. He's gonna reject me. Are you sure? He asks in a calm tone. I don't want you to feel like you need to repay me for anything or something. Gulp. Yes. I'm not doing this to repay you. I'm doing this because I want. I decide to be honest. No tricks, nothing. Only me being honest with my intentions. I'm minor. And I'm a villain. Why should I care? It's my first time. But I thought that he already. So I must be the one to guide him? It will be mine too. I answer truthfully. I think guys like this, right? Sigh, if you're okay with me. You know that after today we may never see each other again. It can create a feeling that will never bear fruit, Kainasan. Too late. I just don't want to have regrets anymore. I know. I don't need this to blossom into a relationship. While in prison I thought about all the things that were denied me. My youth is one of them. I never had the opportunity to go out or date people because I trained from an early age with the commission to become a hero. So I want to do it now. With a person I respect, admire, like and trust. I open myself to him. I like you too, Kaina. He say, moving closer. My heart skipped a bit. Let's make a good memory then, for the rest of our lives. He says, getting closer and closer. Should I say something? I can only squeeze a yes before giving myself to the man I love. First lemon ever. Let's see how it goes. Third person PV. Hector kisses Kaina slowly, bringing her close with one hand on her waist and the other behind her head. This is Hector's first time, but he, like every teenager, has a great theoretical knowledge on the subject. And his body seems to be doing just fine, considering the moans that Kaina holds when Hector's hands go through her body. Hector separates from Kaina's lips. She looks confused. She was lost in the moment, her flushed face, and her hands in Hector's face. Hector wastes no time picking her up in a princess carry and heading to the bed. Kaya! The abrupt movement surprises Kaina, but when she sees where Hector is taking her, she falls silent. She wraps her arms around Hector's neck and tries to hide her face in his chest. She doesn't act like the eldest in this situation, Hector notes. Then he will be the one taking the initiative. Hector puts Kaina into the bed and doesn't spend a second resuming their lip lock. After a few intense minutes, Hector decides to take the next step. He pulls away and starts undressing Kaina. She allows it, but her face turns redder, going all the way to her ears. Hector finally reveals Kaina's breasts, which are a more than at a acceptable size. 2 pink aureoles rest on the top of her twin peaks. Her heavy breathing only made them all the more attractive. Beautiful, Hector says. Kaina looks away in embarrassment, making Hector smile. I'm starting to like seeing those expressions of yours, Kaina. You were always a Kaderi, too. Hector says before placing a hand on Kaina's face, causing her face to turn towards him, to capture her lips again. Before she can formulate an answer, the fingers of one of Hector's hands go to a nipple, and he starts playing with it, testing to see Kaina's reactions. For a moment Hector thinks about using one of the many quirks he has. Vibrations, spinning little shocks. But he gives up on the idea. He wants to enjoy this night as natural as possible. Like any teenager, Hector sought out some quirks with a more sexual theme. But he won't go for taut route now. Just a contraceptive quirk, which he intends to use. After a while Hector removes his lips from Kaina's soft mouth, but not from her body. He starts kissing her chin, her cheek, her ear, taking a playful nibble on it. Then it goes to her neck, collarbone and shoulders. And it goes down slowly. Kaina's heartbeat accelerated the closer he got to the prize. Kaina's hands rested on Hector's hair and shoulders. Finally he reaches her breasts and gives a test lick, while maintaining eye contact, to see Kaina's reaction. She trembles a little from the contact with the sensitive part. After that Hector decides to fulfill all the fantasies he had until now. He squeezes one of her breasts, molding it in his hand, lightly pinching the nipple and at the same time using his tongue to pleasure the other pink nipple. Always paying attention to Kaina's reaction, he tries to give her as much pleasure as possible. She seems to be enjoying it, squeezing his head lightly. But Hector decides to go to the next level. Reluctantly letting go of Kaina's breasts, he begins to descend. Kaina, sensing his movements and knowing his ultimate goal, still clutches Hector's hair, as if she wants to stop his advances. But Hector notes that her reluctance and resistance is quite weak. It keeps going down and down, kissing every inch of her toned abs in a straight line until he reached her belly button. So he hooks his fingers into her waistband and starts to remove her pants. Keeping eye contact, He saw Kana breathing heavily and unblinking looking at him. He slowly removes her pajama pants, and with each millimeter of exposed skin he kisses her again. Hector finally sees a fine line with Kana's hair colors. Dark blue and pink. Hector had always thought he liked women smooth down there. But he's finding it pretty sexy now, especially with these different colors. And Kana looks even more sexy, putting a hand over her mouth. Hector finally arrives at the final prize. Kinda tight pink slit. After one last look at Kana's face, he gave her a long lick. From bottom to top. Kana moans. Seeing that his efforts are paying off, Hector decides to be more creative. He busses of his long tongue and mouth, trying to get more and more moans and expressions out of Kana. He also focuses on the small clitoris, because that's where Kana shows the most violent reactions. Jipping his hair so tight. Squeezing his head with her thighs. After a few minutes, realizing that Kana is already wet enough. And had many mini orgasms already. Hector removes his head from between Kana's legs, with one last kiss in her pussy. Kana is panting, flushed, and a thin line of perspiration covering her body. Her breasts rising and falling, glistening in the light with sweat. Hector gets harder than he already was. Kana, he says, getting her attention, you really are beautiful. Then he starts to remove his shirt, under Kana's watchful gaze. Kana looks intently at Hector's torso. His abs appear to please her very much, if her biting her lips is any indication. After that, maintaining eye contact, Hector removes his pants, revealing his throbbing erection. Big, Kana says, widening her eyes. Classic, Hector thinks with a smile. But it really is. Hector was previously 7 inches when he was just a skinny nerd. Now that his body has grown, his penis has also grown a little in proportion. Hector at this point is already 6 foot tall, and he knows he's going to grow even bigger. He predicts he will have a minimum height of 6 feet 6 inches, 1.98 m. His cock is currently 8 inches, almost 9 inches, 22 centimeters. I will be gentle, Hector says, lining up his cock with Kana entrance. Take me, Hector starts rubbing his cockhead on Kana pussy. Moistening his dick with her juices. Probing her entrance. He leans forward to capture Kana lips against. She reciprocates. He begins to penetrate, while trying to distract her with the kiss. She groans a little in discomfort. Tears appear in the corner of her eyes. But Hector doesn't stop. Slowly but surely he puts his penis till half is buried in her pussy. Are you okay? He asks, separating his mouth from hers. Yes. Continue, please. He continues until 3/5 of his cock disappear inside Kana's pussy. It doesn't have blood, but Hector knows she didn't lie about this being her first time. The quirk, lie detector, would have warned him. She is also incredibly tight. Her toned muscle squeezes his cock unconsciously. Hector waits patiently. Kana realizes he's been waiting for her confirmation. She nods. And Hector starts to move. Slowly at first, probing. Never going too far. But over time his thirsts start to increase in speed and strength. Kana pulls him close. Hiding her face in the crook of his neck. Scratching his back, griping his hair. Trying to hold the moans, but ultimately failing. Hector pulls back a little to see Kana's expressions and the mesmerizing movement of her breasts bouncing with each thrust. Don't stare. Too much. Oh. Kana says, trying to hide her face with her forearm. Everything is just too much to the two. After a few minutes. Kana. I'm close. Is safe. I have a quirk to it. Hector says, speeding up his movements. Inside, do it. Her legs wrap around Hector's waist and he comes, painting her insides white. Activating his contraceptive quirk. The two come together. Toes curling. They stand still for a while, basking in the afterglow. Kana-san. Hector catches Kana's attention. When she looks at him, she sees that his cock is still erect. The question is clear. She opens her arms, inviting, come. Both have plenty of stamina for the entire night. Oh, Hector, Tchin. Kana moans while being held by Hector. They're in a standing position. Hector holding her by her buttocks while making her bounce in his cock. Kana is in cloud 9, her warm tunnels clench Hector's huge cock. She is more accustomed now and she can take much more. She cling in Hector's neck and give him kisses all over his face. When she is hit in a more sensitive spot she almost screams, but hold back biting on Hector's shoulder. The duo comes again. They've switched positions several times, uncovering each other's bodies. Having multiple orgasms. They don't need to hold on because of the great endurance and stamina of the two. They work together to achieve their peak more and more frequently. After a silent scream and some time gasping for breath, Kana says, I want to be the one. Moving now. There is no reason for Hector to disobey. Still keeping himself buried deep inside Kana, Hector lies down. And he resolves to just admire her moving now. Alluring and mesmerizing are words that match the scene very well. Kana toned body moving up and down. Her toned abs flexing. Her hips gyrating. Her breast bouncing non-stop. And her face furrowed in concentration. Showing that she is giving her all to please Hector. She keeps one hand in Hector's chest while impaling herself with his cock. Hector can't just sit still. He took a hand to her waist, making soothing circles with his thumbs. The other hand going to a breast, and playing with a pink nipple in the same way. Making Kana moan and look at his face. She seems to become embarrassed being stared so much, Hector only smirks. With a snort she quickly turns around. Without removing the dick that enlarges her pussy, she turns 180 degrees so that now only her back is facing Hector. And she continues to move. Oh, Hector just thinks it's cute. But in the next instant he starts to focus on something much more interesting. Seeing the relentless assault of her rear on his body. Her ass cheeks smacking against his waist. Making ripples, very enticing. Hector can't resist and starts massaging her derriere. Kana don't have super huge breasts. They are considerable, filling Hector's hand but not huge, like some others. But her slender waist and heart-shaped but prove to be excellent when viewed more carefully now. Hector can't resist. Kaya, using his superior strength, Hector bends Kana forward and stands up. Kana, all my life I thought I preferred breasts. But now you've awakened something in me. Hector says as he runs his hands over Kana's supple backside. She looks at him over her shoulder. I think I can finally accept my Brazilian heritage. He says, spreading her butt cheeks and lining up again with her pussy entrance. Dummy is the only thing that comes out of her mouth. But she secretly likes to have her body appreciated by Hector. Take responsibility. Hector whispers in Kana's ear after leaning forward, sending a shiver through her body. When he straightens up again, he's already penetrating her entrance in again. Her pussy walls already in the shape of his cock. Accommodate him as if it was made for him. Hun, so deep in, Hector, harder, make me yours. Kana moan while being railed from behind. Kana looks back to see the movement of Hector's muscles as he does a good job with her body. Hector pulls her close, making her back touch his broad chest. Pulling her face close he kisses her while not stopping his movements. Their mouths parted, the two of them keeping their faces close, feeling each other's breaths. And looking deep in each other's eyes. At that moment Kana has to bite her lip, not to let escape, I love you, but it wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't be right at this point. Then she just resumes another kiss. The two stay that way for a long time, they comes together multiple times. They change positions too. During these many orgasms Hector makes the big mistake. His contraceptive quirk prevents the formation of the axial filament of his sperm, that is, it prevents his seeds from having the tails so that they can reach the female egg. Every time he activates the quirk, his next ejaculation will be affected. As an effective contraceptive method. But what if he comes multiple times in a short space of time? Having done only one quirk activation, the second wave will be completely normal. He made that little mistake a few times during the night. And that little mistake will have big consequences. After hours of getting lost in each other's bodies, Hector and Kana are now in a bathtub. Kana is mounted on Hector, while the two are making out heatedly and slowly, only basking in each other's presence and body. Their hands exploring each other's body, like to remember them forever. Kana fingers tracing Hector's face, caressing every centimeter. Hector carries Kana back to the room. They are clean and refreshed, ready for more. But abruptly Hector leaves Kana in bed, confusing her, and putting on his pants quickly. A second later, knock knock, Hector Oniai-chan. Eri talks from behind the door. Kana covers the body with the sheet, while Hector opens the door. What is it, Eri? I can't sleep, and I haven't found Aunt Kana. Eri speaks. It's just that Kana came to see me so I can heal some old scars. Hector says. Meanwhile, Kana starts getting dressed. Getting dressed quickly, she opens the door wider and speaks to Eri. I'm here, Eri. Come on. I'll take you to my room. She says, hugging the little girl. Oniai-chan can't sleep with us? Eri asks innocently. Sure, let's go. In Kana's room, the three of them lie down, with Eri in the middle, almost falling asleep. Secretly, Hector has a resting hand on Kana's ass. And he's being pinched by her, but he acts like he doesn't notice. Well, good night you two, Hector says, giving Eri a kiss on the forehead and then Kana's forehead. And after hesitating a bit, he gave another peck in her lips, without Eri noticing. Kana can only think how nice it would be if this moment lasted forever. Unfortunately, it's just wishful thinking that can't become reality. In the next morning, before starting preparations for Hector's farewell, Eri went for breakfast. And Hector is heading back to his room after spending some time in the lab, copying all future instructions to Principal Nizu. Opening the door, he comes across Kana. I thought you would be with Eri, he says. She's brushing her teeth, she says. And then she turns around and bending over the bed, lifting her skirt to her hips and spreading her legs. We have time for goodbye, she says, using her fingers to spread her buttocks, maintaining an impassive face, like she is talking about HT weather. But her cheeks are red. Hector just smiles and approaches. Bonus of the bonus. Months after Hector left. After one of the meetings of those who know the truth of Dis/Eidolon, Kana, the current hero Lady Eidolon, approaches a remote region of Japan. Hector hasn't revealed all for one's hideouts. He has some as a contingency for Kana. And she's going to the most important of those. After getting the news that she is pregnant. Initially she was shocked, but now she is happy. She will forever have a part of Hector with her. Kana approaches quickly and stealthily into a secret cave. Kana, at the moment, has an absurd number of quirks, more than 20. And if she wants to, she can earn more, via some syringes Hector left. Hector isn't stingy to her or to Eri. Most of her quirks are support types for her fighting style. Invisibility, farsight, infrared vision, and many others. She also has several quirks to keep her alive. After going through the secret passage, with various contingencies, Kana enters an underground laboratory, which is empowered by an underground river, so it can operate smoothly. She walks in the silent hallways. She goes through rooms with weapons, supplies, gold bars, several things Hector left so she could have a comfortable life. Kana ignores all this to go to the most important room. After opening the super reinforced door, she finds a small room with 4 tubes, each with an item inside, floating in the liquids of the tubes. Several devices blink and beep, showing that they are keeping the things in the tubes conserved. Kana looks at the items with a complicated look and sighs. I know you said to only come here for emergencies, but I came to give you some news. Kana tells Hector that he is frozen in the middle tube. Or rather, a clone of Hector. Hector doesn't know if he could return to this world using a gacha card. So he left his own precautions. There are 4 things in this room. The first one that Kana is looking at and talking to is a clone of Hector made with the effort of several quirks like twice and clone. He is currently in suspended animation. It's not even known if it's possible to keep it without self-destructing once the tube opens. The second item is a high-end Nomu, also a clone of Hector. A mindless beast that will only carry out Kana and Ares' orders. This clone can be considered the strongest creature in this world. He doesn't have all of Hector's powers, obviously. But his resistances makes him unstoppable in his mission to protect the two women most important to Hector in this world. Kana can activate it at any time. This clone is actually more of a Gigantomachia clone than Dr. Garaki did, but was injected with Hector's cells. The third and fourth items are smaller. An eyeball and a femur. Hector eyeball and femur. Withdrawing from his body by his own hands. Hector doesn't know if it's possible to go back. At the moment, but in the future. Hector knows he will be very powerful in the future if nothing unexpected happens. He read wuxia/xianxia novels, so if he wins a character from these worlds, maybe he can feel his body parts in the Omniverse and track until he finds them. Hector's best shot to return to this world is D4C. If Hector uses boost card enough, maybe D4C will evolve enough to allow Hector to travel between multiverses. And keeping a part of it here can make it easier. Hector also knows that he can win nigh omnipotent characters, with cosmic senses that can span through multiverses. So, he left one eye, to perhaps observe, and a femur, so maybe he can recreate a body from that femur, and control it like a person would control a character within a VR game. These are Hector's contingencies. In the end, he ended up getting too attached to this world. I recently found out. I'm pregnant, Kana says. But only silence answers her. Knowing you, I think it's hard that you made a mistake. Did you do it on purpose? But only silence continues to respond. Don't matter. I'm here to break the news. I don't know if you can hear me, but know that I will raise this child to the best of my abilities, she says resolutely. Silence. Then you don't have to worry, she says. For a moment her gaze darts to her eye and femur. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you gouging your own eye out. You are crazy. I have never seen someone so determined. Silence. What? Ari is fine too. Finally making friends. Silence. Kana finally can't resist. Sorry. It's a lie. I want you here. I want to raise this child with you. I miss you so much. Sob. Kana starts to cry. She crouching down, resting her face in her knees. After a few minutes, she straightens up with a calmer face. Sorry, I lose control. It's just a moment of weakness. Maybe it's the hormones. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Hector. I am the adult. Kana says to herself more than to do the silent room. Goodbye. I don't know if I'll be able to go back for now. Kana says and turning away, shoulders trembling. Silence. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just a bubble in the liquid. But as Kana walks through the door, the eye floating in the tube turns, as if it's looking at her retreating back. Damn. I hate you guys. I only pretend to Lady Nagant be the MC first women, a fling. A lesson. But now I'm liking her. The blame is all mine. So I can put the blame wherever I want. So I put the blame in all of your guys. We don't see the BNHA world for a long time now. I only pretend to this interlude be 2K worked max. And now there's 5.8K words. I hate myself for my lack of control. Bye-bye. I'm still fucked with my time, so don't expect releases so frequent. First summon disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I can't do anything alone. Everyone has their flaws and imperfections, but that's what drive us to work together. To make up for those flaws. Together, we make the perfect main character. Jintoki Sakata, from Gintama? Then, hello. In this chapter, let's see how the summons will work. I don't know why so many people appear be surprised to have summons in this story. I'm saying it will have from day one. I worked hard on developing Lady Nagant as a training for future summons. Let's see how it goes. I hope you all like my approach in the subject. I know that many don't like. Believe it, I don't like too much either. But gacha is this. The assimilation part is created by me, BTW. Any constructive criticism is appreciated, please comment. For those who don't like it ever after reading, well, you can always stop reading. Now for the chapter. Enjoy. Summon, I use Isabella card. Do you want to use a background customization card, 04? This time I say yes. Seeing the number of background customization cards decreasing to 3, 2 screens appear in front of me. To be more exact, 2 holograms, perpendicular to each other, that seem to mimic the function of a computer. The one horizontal to the floor shows a regular keyboard, and the one facing me shows a text. In the text, it seems to have a default background for Isabella. Isabella, 33 years old, born in England, orphan, graduate in London Academy for Household Staff Training. Maid schools are a real thing? So, she would be hired by my relatives to work here. That would be her identity. I have to say, it suits her. Let's try to change some things. To test the limits of this background customization card. She's a princess of England, I type. The text turns red, declined. It seems like it has to make a little sense. I wonder if Valentine could be the president of the USA. If I summoned him, do background customization cards have these reality powers to this level? I will maintain this thought in mind to the future. She has various degrees accepted. Isabella is super smart. A genius indeed, so it's not uncommon for her to have a high-level education. I can change her age a little. Only up to 21 minimum. She has to be an adult, huh? I'll keep 33 for now. I have the longevity quirk anyway. I don't want to change it too much, because maybe it will change her memories. If she has memories, I think I'll just add a few things to her resume. The text is very basic. Let me test. She loves Hector, too. I write jokingly. The text turns red. So I can't change her personality. Background only. Fair. I think with my chin resting on my fingers. I didn't write this last seriously, it was just a test. I have no intention of having any romantic relationship with her. Well, I think that's it. Pressing enter, the floating screens close and motes of light appear again, just like when I summoned Cathalhu. The difference is that the particles split and begin to form 2 figures. One of them is a large brown suitcase. Her luggage, I conclude. Honestly, I was half expecting the summon to appear naked. I don't get an item or clothes if it's not a package when I assimilate the characters. But it seems that summons have their own items. An advantage for summoning. I will also keep that in mind, to always assimilate the package, because otherwise it will be this. Anyway, I move my eyes to the second form that's materializing, Isabella. Isabella was a fair-skinned, tall woman with a pair of deep purple eyes. Her dark hair was tied into a bun that hung down onto the back of her head. She wore an attire which consists of a black dress with a white blouse underneath it and a white apron over it. She looks around a little, apparently confused, until her eyes located me. She starts to stare at me. I don't move or say anything. I just remain seated with Cathalhu in my lap, stroking his back. I want to gauge her reactions. None of my powers, be it the force, hockey, or otherwise, point out any ill intentions coming from her. She keeps staring at me, but I don't even care, just continue staring back. She seems to expect me to speak first? Submissive much? Don't speak if her superior don't talk to her first? But it looks like she understands the power play here. And she decides to lose the game. She is the first to speak. She first bow a little, with her hands together in her front. I'm pleased to meet you, master. Po. I still don't say anything. And she doesn't lift her head. And master? Is this natural to all summons? Or just because Isabella is that kind of character? I honestly doubt someone like Huntress will act like that. At least in the beginning. Master? I decide to speak. She lifts her head slightly to look at me. But she doesn't respond. So let's press a little. But at the same time, it's not good for me to reveal my low knowledge about the situation itself, for now at least. What's the last thing you remember? I ask. This is important. She looks unsure on how to answer. I died. She replies, it looks like this strange situation is finally sinking in. And also the fact that she died opens up two possibilities. The essence always picks up some alternate version that always dies. Perhaps to facilitate detachment from the former world. Or the essence just follows the most actual character event in the corresponding fictional work. Spoiler alert. Isabella actually dies in the manga. I don't remember the details. I think she dies defending one of the children. Redeeming herself. Classic. Stopping to think about it, she is not pure evil. Despite raising children like cattle, she just focuses on her own survival. I think she just values her own life, right? Since she was one of the children in her childhood. Now that I'm noticing, my 3 potential summons can be considered people who act more on the dark side. But the 3 have lined up quite different moral alignment. Evil, neutral and good. Shago is evil. But she is cartoonish evil. At least because the cartoon was for kids, I wonder how unrestrained she will be now. More realistic, I suppose. Isabella is neutral. She did bad things, but it was for self-preservation and her own interests. It could be said that she was forced by circumstances. And Helena, Huntress, is good. But she is an anti-hero. She has no qualms about killing criminals. All of them are different shades of gray. Like me. What coincidence? Then, it's not a coincidence. I did it on purpose. The 3 summons can't be considered good people, nor bad people. But each one has a certain approach to things that will balance the MC's relationship with them. My condolences. Think. But do you know how you got here now? Master bought me here. Yes, but even I don't know the details. I want to know how. She seems to understand my silence and continues. Isabella POV. I should be dead. All my life, since Leslie's death, I've had only one goal. To survive. To survive. To keep Leslie's memory alive. I did everything I could. I became what I hated and feared the most. After all, in this world, there are those who eat, and those who are eaten. Even if you can't be one of those that eat, you can be on their side. And that's why I have given up my freedom for the sake of my survival, living at the mercy of those demons. Fufu. Ironically, the moment I felt most free, the moment I finally got back to making my own choices, it was the moment of my death. When I saved Emma, stepping in front of the attack. It was a good feeling, finally doing what I wanted. But then came the feelings of uncertainty and fear. I was dying, what would happen to me? It was then that I felt something reaching for me. A new chance. A new opportunity. When I got this opportunity, I instinctively knew what it was about. A proposal of servitude in another world. I wasn't forced, but I accepted it anyway. I had seen all my children grow up splendidly. I have no regrets. When I center myself, I no longer had my mortal wound and was facing a boy. Almost a man. He has dark curly hair and bright blue eyes that seem to stare at my soul. He's sitting with a gray cat watching me. The cat strangely stares at me too, as if he's smart. Looking at this person, I immediately understand who he is. He is the person I agreed to serve. I feel relieved to see that he is human. But my instincts say he's dangerous beyond comprehension. More dangerous than an ordinary demon. Perhaps an existence like him. Him, or the One, is the Demon King / final boss of the manga Yakusoku no Neverland. I wait for him to speak to me. But he just remains silent. I see. Power play. No problem. I already know I'm the one with lowest level of this relationship. After a little chat, I start to explain my circumstances in more detail. After my death, I felt something reaching for me. I instinctively knew it was a proposition for another chance. I say honestly. I don't feel like lying to this person. He seems to be thinking with his chin between his fingers. Come here, he says to me after a while. I approach. He extends his hand. Put your hand in mine. And relax. I obey. Tell me, Isabella, what do you value most? His voice reverberates in my ears. I answer without thinking. I note that he already knows my name. As expected. Survival and freedom, I see. He says as he keeps his hand holding mine. Hector POV, what the heck? The essence is fucking scary. Listening to Isabella's story, reading her mind, using confession and lie detector. In addition to hockey, force and other powers. I can get an excellent idea of the situation. And the only thing I can think about is how much the essence is considerate. Maybe? I was half expecting the essence to kidnap the characters, like the waifu catalog I saw on the internet in my past life. But it looks like essence kind of saved her? Well, it wasn't much of a choice, after all the other option was death. But even if that Isabella refused, the essence would probably go on to the next Isabella, till someone accept. In another alternate universe. Maybe she wasn't even the first option. But is the essence really sentient like that? Or is in it programmation? It's no use thinking about these things. I can only be grateful for the benefits. Delving in Isabella memories, I can see the moment something comes to her. And give the proposal, instinctively giving her the in and outs of the agreement. I also know now how she feels about me. Doting, affection, fear, respect, loyalty, these things. These are feelings that Isabella herself felt for other people in her world. Fear of the demons, doting for her children. And the essence is slowly transferring those feelings to me. As the bond relationship grows, the stronger these feelings for me get. So someone like Mikasa, who has strong feelings for Eren, will be conditioned to love me instead of the people she cares about. In the end, putting myself at the highest level of importance for my summons. Like I said, fucking scary. Not to mention the loyalty that is built into summons. I don't know. It's fucking subtly. They don't even realize. They believe it's only natural to serve me. Isabella feels that it makes no sense to even consider betraying me. With that I felt more relaxed. Looks like I won't have a problem with summons. I just need to be aware of the personalities. After all, someone free-spirited like Luffy will be hard to deal with. Or someone who has no relationship with anyone. These types will need a little tough love. That's if I invoke them. Theses types look more trouble than they are worth. Now let's do some subtle manipulation. All for one style. Your life and your freedom, huh? You know, Isabella, I really won't mind letting you go. Confessing to you, you're the first person I bring here. If you want, you can be free. I will give you money and some resources for you to adapt to this new world. I say, knowing full well what her response will be. She looks at me a little surprised, before calming her expression. I appreciate the consideration, but I would like to follow the master, to repay the second chance, she says after a moment. As expected, I just give her the illusion of choice. The only connection she has in this world right now is me. It would be weird and illogical if she just ditched me. But honestly, I wouldn't mind too much if she left. It wouldn't be a big loss. If she really accepted my proposal, I would just stop summoning characters. Lose Isabella here would be worth to avoid losses in the future. I see, I reply, then I'll be in her care. I know a little about you. So relax, I won't ask you to commit any atrocity, and I won't put you in imminent danger. Let's get along well from now on. I say, extending my hand with a smile. I see her hesitate, before putting again that calm smile on her face. Her mama mask. Maybe she distrusts me a little, like with every person that has been her superior. It's okay, I have time to change this. I will be in your care then, master. She speaks. If I didn't see the bond relationship raising to 2, I'd think she's just saying what I want to hear. Isabella bond relationship. 2/10, assimilation slot. Empty. It seems that creating a relationship is easier than I expected. It just takes a little effort on my part. But me knowing the characters, knowing what to say and to do, is easy peasy. And a slot for assimilation, huh? It must be because of my imbue card perk. Master my name is Hector. You can take it easy, do you know? I say. So, Master Hector, she speaks. Well, do what you want if Alfred can call Batman Master Bruce. I don't think it's going to be that weird. But try just calling me Hector if the situation calls for it. Read the mood, okay? I will keep that in mind. She says while giving a slight bow. I have some questions for you, Isabella. As you already know, I have the power to bring people from different realities to help me. In fact, you are the first sentient I bring. That's Cathal, by the way. Take care of him too. I say, pointing to the cat who is just rolling up on the couch right now. Lazy bastard. Looking at Isabella's memories, only the last. I saw that she knows of my summoning power. But she doesn't know the details. She doesn't know about Gacha. In fact, she didn't even know my name, appearance, or any powers I have. Going back, so to understand a little about this power of mine, I want you to answer me. She just nods her head, understanding the importance of this. I noticed you don't have your number tattooed on your neck anymore. I tell her, her eyes widening, unconsciously bringing a hand to the place where her mark had previously been. But what about another scars? Could you go to the bathroom and check your body condition? And while you're there, may I look at your luggage? I ask. These things are important. No problem. I will check immediately. And you can look at my suitcase. I don't even know what's in it actually, she says. And after I point the way to the bathroom, I go check Isabella's belongings. Opening her brown trunk, I get to see what's inside. Clothes, documents, passport, nothing out of the ordinary. Isabella Grace, huh? I didn't see the name when editing her background. Could I have altered it? Was it generated automatically? Wait. Isn't Grace the name of the fields where they raise the children to be eaten? After looking in everything, ignoring Isabella undergarments, I feel she returning from the bathroom. I close the suitcase after getting everything organized again. It looks like you only have clothes and your documents. No other personal belongings. And what did you discover? I turn around and ask. As expected, I don't have any old scars. I remember having some little scars on my knees and hands from my childhood, and others that I acquired during my training. Even my pregnancy stretch marks disappeared. She speaks to me professionally. That's mean we can consider this a completely new body, that your soul is perhaps dwelling on right now. I say. She looks at her hands in fascination. I think these concepts are new to her. What I don't talk about is my second theory. That maybe she is a copy/clone of the Isabella who accepted to come work for me. Perhaps she was created by the essence alone. The essence found a compatible Isabella, which she gladly accepted to be transported, and then made a copy with all the memories. This would make sense, as it wouldn't interfere with the life and death cycle of the summon's home world. In Isabella's world there is no problem. But in high-level worlds? I feel it's much more safe and convenient just making a copy. But I won't say that. Another issue is the scars. Small scars and without importance is okay. But scars like a Valentine, Shanks, and others that are part of the character design. Will they disappear too? Only the future will answer. I will need to examine more to know. I assume your body is in top condition, right? I ask. Yes. I feel great. No pain or discomfort. Thank you for your concern. Don't think too much about it. It's good that you don't have any problems. Even if you had some old wound, I could heal you. I say, and she shows a slightly confused expression. Right? You don't know much about me or my world, do you? Follow me. I will give a little explanation. I say and start heading towards my basement. Cathalha gets up from where he was rolling around on the couch and starts following us. But later I will talk about the world we are in. I will talk a little about me now. In short, I copy powers and I can give powers. That's the essential. I won't say more than that. Not because I don't trust you, but in this world there are people who can read minds and with all sorts of ridiculous methods. So the less you know about me, the better. I hope you do not mind. I say, and she nods her head. This is a caution I have to take, now that I will have people that know my identity. But I'm already working on a way to block psychics. Telepaths being a problem would happen anyway. Far better to have my subordinates who I know are loyal on my side. The benefits outweigh the losses. Mind reading? She speaks a little surprised. Yes. This world is dangerous in a different way than yours. I will explain in detail later. We have arrived. I say after we arrive at our destination. I want you to help me with something. Isabella. I say thinking of a card in my inventory. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, using a room of at least 4m times 4m times 4n as a base. The user can use this ability to grow infinite other rooms or spaces connected with the base space. The user also possesses dominion over the space, being able to manipulate and alter it at will. The user can also spawn portals at any location to transport people outside the fortress or to anywhere within it. I will use the imbue card mechanic to give the card to Isabella. She will act like that Oni who played Biwa. Initially I thought about acquiring the card and then passing with my powers. But I want to test if it is possible to copy this kind of power. Also, power cards give instinctive knowledge of how to use them. I remember this because I used Miss Melita power and the source of all living beings. Far better for that knowledge to go to the person who is actually going to use the power. Using the card, it disappears and I see Isabella widening her eyes for a moment. This is... I just give you a power. Do you know how to use it? Yes. Somehow. Come here again. I say and touch her shoulder. Yep. I can copy. That's good and bad. Good that I can give these cards away without any problems, and bad because it means that these powers don't have any special protection that coming from the essence. They can be as easily copied by others, probably. It's up to me to be careful. Well, it's expected. You want everything easy, right, Hector? Do you want a petit gâteau too? I just confirmed something. Can you use Infinity Castle here? Using the basement as a foundation? I ask. I think I can. Isabella responds and starts walking towards the center of the basement. She closes her eyes in concentration. Apparently nothing changes. But I feel certain changes happening in space. Done. I just add 64 new rooms. Isabella speaks after about 2 minutes. That many? Very good. I will be satisfied with about 10. Can you open a door to them? Yes. She speaks and a door appears on the opposite wall. It doesn't look Japanese like it did originally. Has her personality changed the form of power? Passing through the Western-style door, I see it's a similar space to the basement I was in, only empty. You know, you can probably customize the space a little bit. You can make Theseus' rooms become A.M.C. Escher painting if you want. You can try in your spare time. I say. She doesn't seem to get a reference. By the way, later I will give you some things for you to study this world. Culture, history, common sense. Alright, Master Hector. Master Hector. Now I know what Theseus Isekai protagonists feel when they buy slaves. It's really weird. Taking a tablet of my inventory, I teach Isabella how to use. To know a little of the world. But this situation makes me think. This might be a slight problem in the future. I mumble. Isabella looks at me and says, "Are you talking about the cultural and historical shock that the people you bring may have?" Yes. I should have considered it sooner. But someone from a very different world, or even from a different era, will have trouble adapting. It might even call unwanted attention. Well, there's the imbue card mechanic. If I don't want to assimilate someone and see that it's going to be troublesome, I will just have some subordinate I already have a high-level relationship assimilate in my place. I don't think Muichiro will be summoned anyway. Better I assimilate it or give it to Siko. But I don't intend to summon Siko for at least some months. She really isn't very helpful. I only consider summoning her because of her personality. Shouldn't be a problem if I order her to do some dirty work. She just needs some power-ups. Well, Isabella, I'll be here for a while. You can make lunch and familiarize yourself with the house in the meantime. Call me when you're ready. I also want to know if Infinity Castle will be active even if you are far away. I say, and with that after a bow, she left me to my own devices. Alone, I take off my shirt and get to work. Isabella POV. I see, this world looks similar to the human world where I come from. Before the catastrophes that happened and the demons. I've already taken a tour of the entire mansion that is now my new home. It is quite spacious for one person to live alone. The big difference is people running around in colorful clothes, calling themselves heroes and villains. Opening the cupboards, I see that the food is close to running out. It's only likely for another 2 or 3 days. I will bring this matter to Master Hector. Master Hector, I can't help but be a little hopeful about my future. Despite what I left behind. I know Emma, Norman, and Ray will be fine. I'm finally free. Well, more or less. But as a progress. Letting the TV on, I start preparing a lunch with what I have on hand. I have to keep up with the news. As I walk past the kitchen, I see a paper forgotten in the corner. The sloppy calligraphy, the drawings and scratches on the paper show that it was something done in a non-serious way. The paper reads, "Things to do to honor all my fellow nerds/weebs who didn't get the same chance as I did." Fufu. Spanking all bald heads of the universe in their shiny heads? Grab Captain America's shield and sing his song? Webs linger with Spider-Man? Punching Cyclops? Smash all alien races babes? Be crushed by She-Hulk thighs? Say, I'm Batman, when asked, how? Something? Ride a dinosaur? Call Namor a seaman? And many others. Fufu. There are some drawings of a man saluting the sun while crying and a dog holding a club and the onomatopoeia bonk on the side. Obviously this was done just for fun. Maybe Master Hector was bored. But it shows that for all that serious face, he's quite young. I will take care of him, I think, rolling up my sleeves and starting to make lunch. A.N. I just want to remind everyone that the MC is quite young. We've only seen him in serious situations till now, so it's easy to forget about it. There's also the fact that he doesn't have a friend at his age to act silly. In the future there will be a little of progress when he opens up to certain people. Witho losing his personality, obviously. Hector POV him? The bond relationship with Isabella went up one more. Did she have any character development? Oh no. Maybe she found my baby pictures and now has awakened her maternal instincts. Anyway, I'm relaxed now. I already understand that it's really impossible for me to be betrayed by my summons. Shifting my focus to what I have at hand. And this goes here. I've spent the last few hours using my creation power to make the pieces of all machinery I'm assembling. Making the machinery complete is difficult, and much more likely to make a little mistake and screw everything up. It's better to do it little by little. I have to say that I'm respecting Yaoyorozu Momo now. Of all my powers, creation is the hardest to use. I'm also using my hands. The force is not so accurate. So I have to limit myself with some minor telekinesis powers. Another problem is energy. This hideout of mine cannot be connected to the power grid. So I already made a generator, which I would recharge using my electrical powers. My house will not be my main laboratory. It is dangerous in many ways. First, this is a residential area. If it explodes or worse, people will be affected. Second, It's easy to track points that use large amounts of energy. To get more attention than that, just with a bat signal. This is Marvel and know those satellites out there in space are ridiculously overpowered. I really want an arc reactor. Too bad I lose my Chakni. Stark must be much more careful now. After the whip-slash incident. And later I will make my new suit. Now that I have nanotechnology, things are going to be cooler. The nanotechnology I've studied isn't as bullshit as Tony Stark and his bleeding-edge suit, but it will do. At most I can program the nanobots to have two forms. The sleep mode, which will consist in the nanobots assembling something smaller and hidden. And the active form, which is when the suit will be operating. Like the glove Melissa shield made for Midoriya in that first movie. The last machine I built is a nanoprinter. Using the materials, it will produce the nanobots in large quantities, according to my specifications. Basically, I'm making nanobots with a 3D printer. Lunch is ready, Master Hector. Isabella says after entering the room I find myself. The door was open so she doesn't knocks. She takes a look around, seeing all the machinery. Looks like you've worked hard. But it looks like you're one of those types who get too focused and lose track of time, Master Hector. I will keep that in mind in the future. Hee. Already worried about my habits? Don't worry. I'm not fragile enough to get sick if I'm a little late to eat or miss a few hours of sleep. I say getting up and stretching a little. Let's go. Oh, that's look great. I say watching the food on the table. Thank you. By the way, food stocks are low. Isabella speaks. Tomorrow I'll give you money so you can buy the missing things, and things for Cathalhu too, I say tossing a fish in the air, and Cathalhu catching it with his tentacles. The scene seems to surprise Isabella. Sorry, I didn't explain. Cathalhu here is an alien race called Flurkin. They can do this differently than other cats. The rest is the same. I say sitting down and I notice something strange. Have you eaten? I don't see your plate and silverware. I ask. I'll eat later. Isabella, go get a plate and sit with me at the table. Let's eat together. It will also be a good time to talk. I say and she obeys. While waiting for her to come back, I think it's really hard to deal with people from different backgrounds. I have to be careful who I summon. For now it's fine. But I don't know if I'll have time in the future to work on my relationship with each summon. I throw another fish to Cathalhu. It's really cool to see him catching a fish in the air. When Isabella returns and we start to eat, I start talking about the world she lives in now. Aliens, high technology, magic, gods. Giving a clash course about everything. Reinforcing her not to put herself at risk and draw attention. She just needs to take care of my normal life and be my teleporter. I'll make a copy of Warp Gate later. After all, in the future, I don't want to have to be the only one who can teleport, in case more subordinates need to move. I wonder if I should make a pamphlet to facilitate this acclimatization process. You just have been yeeted to this world? 101 frequently asked questions and everything you need to know to adapt. After lunch I go back to my temporary laboratory. Time to upgrade my suit. Before, I give Isabella a copy of Warp Gate, for her to get used to. Now she has two powers of a spatial nature. I want to see if they can combine and get stronger. Now I'm going to focus a little on myself. Let's start with my cloak. Since I left the old one in the world of Nha. According to some knowledge I received while sleeping, Batman's cape is made of a material called memory fiber. This material hardens when a certain electric current passes through it, so the cape can be used to glide. As I don't need to use like this and don't even know the molecular component of this material, I will make my new mantle with high-density polarized titanium. Enough to defend myself or someone I want to protect if I find myself without powers. I doubt there's anything out there that can cancel out all of my powers due to their diverse nature. But prevention is good. My unstable molecule uniform is now laced with nanobots to instant repair. My utility belt is made of sterner stuff too, The compartments are made of titanium and the rest is made of high-density polyethylene. Initially I was worried about using any kind of metal because of the possibility that I would face Magneto. But I will make a specific costume to face him too. And even if he tries to control my cloak or utility belt, he will find it difficult because of my magnetic powers too. In the worst case, this world's Magneto is already a monster of electromagnetism, and any precaution in not to use metals is useless. Electromagnetism is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe for nothing. The movies and cartoons actually downplayed the man. I will have contingencies for him, as well as for all the powerhouses in this universe. Now that I have a lab, things can progress. After finishing the adjustments to my suit, I decide to go visit the garage. There are some useful things, but I'm here for the vehicles. My father's car was rendered inoperable in the accident. Meanwhile, there's still my mom's car and my dad's motorcycle. As my parents worked at the same hospital, they usually only used one car. And my father rarely used the motorcycle. My mom's car is a white Toyota Camry. Despite the year being 2004, such a car is at the level of 2012-14 cars. I've already noticed that this world has progressed faster compared to my other one. My dad's motorcycle is inspired by one of his favorite movies. It's a special edition, Triumph Steve McQueen. Just like the movie, The Great Escape. The bike is dark green. I think I'll paint it black. I'll use the bike to go to school tomorrow. Get to work. Hours later, I'm in front of a full-length mirror, observing the appearance of my Eidolon persona. My colors are predominantly black, with white highlights. I can't be too dark if I'm going to try to be a hero. Form-fitting UMF suit, utility belt, half ninja-like mask. My mantle also now has white accents lines. My heroic symbol is a simple spiral with an E in the middle. It looks like an eye. It is in spiral to represent the gacha roulette. Not that anyone will know about it. Now my looks. I'm a few inches taller and more muscular, especially now that I'm not wearing baggy clothes. My hair is a long Aaron man bun style, only white to be as different as possible from my normal hair. Sharp eyebrows and eyes generally purple or red, changing depending on the powers I use. There's no way to relate Hector and Eidolon. Giving a little clue, like a little bit of my face or height, will fool anyone who wants to find out my identity. Thank you, I say to Isabella as I receive my mantle and drape it over my shoulders. Pulling the hood up to cover the upper part of my face, I say, Isabella, open a portal 2 kilometers diagonally in that direction. I say, pointing to any point. I have a simple goal today. Yes, Master Hector, she responds as she turns her hand into mist. Black and purple is her mist color, more black than purple, differentiating a little from Kurogyri. Turning invisible, I cross the portal. Watching New York from above a gargoyle, I can cross one of the things off my list. As I said, I have a simple goal tonight. I will not find anyone, save anyone, or steal anything. I just want to recon. One of the things the One for All holders taught me is about know your turf. So I'm going to walk around New York a little bit, discover each nook and cranny of the city. Every dead end, shortcut, abandoned building, busiest places, high levels of violence. Everything. I'm not going to throw myself head-on into this hero business and just hope it all works out. I will prepare. Today is not my official debut. But that doesn't mean I can't give a subtle help. While I'm invisible, I've already made some muggers faint with Conqueror Hockey, telekinetically protect a guy who was going to suffer an accident, deflect some bullets that would hit a policeman, damage the engine of a runaway car from some bandits, reduce the flames of a building and others. Those things, without revealing that there's someone behind the scenes. I've been at this for like 2 hours now. New York really has problems. I could start looking for Fisk now, but I won't. Because I'll end up killing him. Not that I won't kill him anyway. But if he dies, he will create a power vacuum, causing trouble for ordinary people. Fisk is going to die, in the cruelest way I can imagine. But not now. I will find out everything about him, his business, his properties, his subordinates and allies. And then I'll take everything from him and destroy what I don't want. I will also use him to learn more about the other criminal organizations here in New York. I remember that the Hand operates here too, right? They're a bit more of a problem than Fisk. When I discover everything about these bastards, everything in its right time, they think they are hiding, operating in the shadows. I'm the only one in the shadows, they don't even know I exist. And this will be their demise. I think that I will end for today. I have a good idea of the layout of New York. Time to my daily meditation. Taking one last quick tour on the premises, I feel someone's distress. Hesitating a bit, I decide to head to where I feel this disturbance. I meet a thug with a knife halfway into one woman's stomach, while another is unconscious on the floor and bleeding. Teach, appearing in this dark alley in the next moment, I already knock the criminal unconscious and I'm going to treat the woman. I know I can't save everyone, and if I start having a hero crippling complex, it will only make my life miserable. But I can't help but feel bad. After all, I only hesitated a little, because I wanted to get home a little earlier. Not very heroic. It's a common feeling, someone trying to finish a task quickly and be able to rest at home, then ended up doing things in a hurry and in a bad way, resulting in future problems. I need to be better. I can't stay 24/7 being a hero, but I need to dedicate myself 100% when I put on my mantle. The women seem out of danger now. I didn't want to meet anyone today. I turn around and stop the coming punch to my head with one hand. Bam! The colossine made a loud sound. Strong enough to blow the head of a normal person. My eyes harden. I think this is a misunderstanding. I say after taking a good look at the newcomer. Dark, bald, goatee, very tall and muscular. And with super strength. Can only be Luke Cage. He doesn't look like the actor. Oh pal, I think anyone can understand the situation very well, he says as he takes a stance. Sigh, is this some sort of common trope of Marvel and DC? Where when two supers meet, is there always a misunderstanding for them to fight and have a little fan service? I can understand your confusion. I start while standing still. Guy in black, in an alley, unconscious woman in the ground. But I just helped the two, from that guy. So, I'm on my way. I say, turning around. Sigh, he attacks again. Stronger this time. And I stop the same way. Seeing his eyes widening, I can't help but speak. This is the second time you've attacked me with lethal force. It means you're ready to put your life on the line too, right? Releasing some Conquerot hockey, to stun him I move fast and kick him in his chin. To shake his brain. It doesn't matter if his skin is impenetrable, if his organs can still be affected by vibrations. Or Ryu, the advanced form of armament hockey, that can hurt the insides of a person. I'm still practicing it. It's one of my contingencies for these invulnerable guys. Sound attacks are good too. Seeing him fall to the ground, I stick 2 fingers in his mouth and use an electrical attack, leaving him completely unconscious now, falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. What the complication? Well, let's test if I can copy Mutate's powers. Luke Cage POV erg. Did anyone write down the license plate of the space shuttle that fell on top of me? Blinking to try to get the groggy feeling out of my head, I start to realize where I am. A dark and dirty alley. The hooded guy. Standing up abruptly, I look around. Seeing the alley empty, with the exception of the guy using a mantle leaning against a wall. Took you long enough. He says, I thought I'd leave you here, but who knows who might show up to fuck you in the ass, Mr. Luke Cage. He says, checking a document. My document? The fucker has my wallet. Chill, I didn't steal anything, he says, tossing my wallet to my chest. I'm still a little dizzy, and it takes me a while to catch up. I look around again and notice something else. The 2 women. Where are they? The point to you, for caring about the well-being of both. I drop the 2 in front of the police station, along with the mugger. They woke up 5 seconds after I left. After a little shouting, the police came to arrest the criminal. The guy says, but, -100 point to attack me without talking first. He says getting more serious. I start but am interrupted. Wanted to settle with my fists because you were sure you were going to win, right? It's easy to want to get a superior position before speaking, right? Too used to not having a worthy opponent, Mr. Cage? He interrupts speaking quickly. Every word hitting my head like a hammer. You need to be careful, Mr. Cage. The world is a more dangerous place than you can imagine. If it was someone else in my place, you'd be dead. Or worst. Ever felt powerless? Well, I'm also mad that you used enough force to kill a normal person right off the bat. What if you had blown off an innocent man's head, huh? I don't think. Yes, you didn't. He says, leaving no room for arguments. I'm sure if my head weren't spinning, I could have articulated my words better. Well, I'm leaving now. Seeing your strength, I doubt you'll have any trouble getting home. Farewell. The hooded man says, turning and walking. I thought you were one of them. I talk fast before he leaves. This guy don't appears to be so bad. Maybe he can solve that problem. He turns around, but continue in silence. There are people disappearing around the neighborhood. A friend saw some guys carrying a homeless man into a van. Some kids don't come home from school. Someone is kidnapping people. And I thought you were one of them. Have you ever confronted one of these kidnappers? The hooded man asks. No, but I know people that I can trust who have seen them. But people are too scared to do anything. I will investigate, he says before walking to the end of the dead end. After a while I follow, and I don't find any sign of the man. He looks like he disappeared in thin air. Massaging my head, I start to think about the cloaked man words. Did I really get arrogant? Just because I'm stronger than the others? I've always been such a peace guy. But since that day, that I gained my powers, I never had to worry about anyone hurting me again. Bar fights, muggers? I can walk away from all this unscathed. At some point, I actually stopped trying to make conversation and just beat the shit out of opponents. This guy was right. I act like that because I knew I would come out on top in a fist fight. I'm feeling like shit in all forms now. Hector POV Luke Cage. One of my favorite heroes. And he was a guy I thought I could become friends with in this world. But apparently reality is often disappointing. Never meet your heroes, huh? Well, I think his heart was in the right place. But he let the power go to his head. Now the list of guys that I could share a beer in this world dwindles. Honestly, the number of people here that I can trust is very low. Using my meta-knowledge as a reference, they may be different here. But like Peter Parker, Thor, and Captain America. And I think that's all. There's Wolverine and others, but those guys have already made their dick moves sometimes in the media. Really, I think I'll take a page out of Sung Jin-woo's book and just trust my back to my summons. It doesn't mean that I will cut off any relationship with the people of this world. But I can't trust the too much either. Never expect anything from anyone and you will never be disappointed, my father told me one time. Changing the subject, Luke Cage was strong. Very strong. I think almost 100 tons into the strength scale. But only using one for all, I am already stronger. Combined with the rest, I can defeat him in head-to-head combat at any time. I beat him so fast because I knew him, and I had the means to end the fight fast. But now, I have his mutate power too. I think his mutate power came from an experiment that tried to replicate the super soldier serum or something. And now I could confirm that I can copy mutates. It took 5 minutes. I think the type of power influences the copy time, in addition to the level. And people disappearing, huh? Since this is Marvel, I can say there's a conspiracy. I would guess illegal experiments in humans. But who? I'll investigate. I didn't assimilate the best detective in the world for nothing. Ayan, hello again. I hope you all like the new chapter. Let's talk about some reviews that I will answer. Someone says taught the MC sometimes don't use everything taught he gained through the gacha. Well, this is on purpose. When you gain things random, sometimes you can't find a use to everything right away. So to give a little realism. Tailing about realism, some comments about the drama OU realism of this FIC. Saying about, this is a wish fulfillment. There is no need to such realism. We want escapism. Well, I disagree. The selling point of this fanfic is this little realism. I made this way on purpose. Figs don't always work to the MC. Maybe he will even lose. He is Batman. And everyone knows, Batman always wins. But that doesn't mean that will be easy, or that he will not suffer a little. Another thing, some dear readers has give constructive criticism that the MC doesn't have a goal. I like constructive criticism. Well, I did it on purpose. Initially the MC doesn't have a goal, later he wants to bring justice for the parents' death. Now maybe he wants to meet Kana and Eri again. And lastly, he wants to survive. Nothing too ambitious maybe. But let me ask, is it wrong to live without a dream? Or a big goal? I don't have a big dream myself. I believe many are like that too. The MC is pretty normal. He's moving forward first out of necessity. In the future, he will discover things he wants to do. As is found out, he wants to return to the world of Nha as example. Maybe help the mutants, metahumans, or explore the universe, or other universes, or just help people, or resurrect his parents, but this has some issues, which I'll address in the future. I just think there is no problem in don't have a clear objective for now. For now, just wait. Well, I think that's all for now. I hope you enjoyed. Next chapter is high school and something more. The invasion is near, my friends. Farewell. Till next time. Stay good. Can I escape the clichés? Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I don't understand. What is strength exactly? Is it to keep quiet and get hit so that others don't get hurt? Is it to hurt other people to protect you and your family? Or is it to not even turn to face your family that says they want to be by your side, so that you can go off fighting alone? Kimui from Gintama. Before going back home, I go around the neighborhood of my house to install micro-hidden cameras. I've made these cameras before, just enough to look around my house without leaving any blind spots. Only 900 cameras should do for now. In the future I will place more cameras at points of importance like Hell's Kitchen, Oscorp, Midtown High, Stark Tower and Shield New York headquarters. This last one I have to check if it's similar to the movies. Here in my neighborhood, I will put it in several places, which almost cross the line of privacy of my neighbors. At least I didn't put it inside their house. Just to watch the public space. I'll investigate my neighbors later. Who knows what kind of people they might be, right? Using D4C, I appear in my room. Removing my cloak, I start walking down the stairs to the living room. I told you not to wait up for me. I tell Isabella, who is sitting on the couch reading a book while the TV is on. I was learning about the world. Isabella said, getting up from the couch. I see. I've already arrived, as you can see. I will go to my room. Tomorrow I will go to school. I will only return in the afternoon. I will send you to buy certain things. So get some rest. I say, going upstairs. Good night, Isabella. Good night, Master Hector. Well, I'm not going to sleep. I barely sleep 2 hours. First I will see if all installed cameras are operating as expected. And then I'll do my daily meditation session, practice the magic I gained from Loki's card, increase my mental defenses even more. Mental defenses are never strong enough. In the future, I think I will be able to replace the need for sleep with meditation. Heck, I think I can go months without sleep. But being sleep deprived is not something I want to experience. Increases the chances of making mistakes. So I have the habit of sleeping daily when I can. In the world of BNH, I had a record of 17 days without sleep. I didn't feel affected too much, but when I rested for like 3 hours, I felt much better. Then I saw the difference that lack of sleep can make. I think my mind is still human. Next morning, coming back from a little jog, I enter the house and smell a delicious breakfast prepared by Isabella. In fact, I don't need to run, I don't get much out of it. But it became a habit. And it's good to think. Running and bathing. Very good to have ideas. On the plus side, it's nice that people see me leading a healthy lifestyle because of my physical changes. Breakfast is ready, Master Hector. Isabella talks while she finishes setting the table. Thank you, Isabella. I'm just going to take a shower first. I say, going upstairs. 15 minutes later, I'm already sitting at the table, eating and watching TV, looking for any news about heroes and villains. But it doesn't look like anything interesting is happening. No one is talking about any weird happenings from last night either. That's good. The breakfast is delicious too, Isabella, I say, thanking her. Like my father said, there is no harm in being polite. Thank you. You had said earlier that I was going to have to go out and buy something. She says. I've made a list of everything I want and places to get it. There are instructions to follow as well. It's on paper and has already a photo on your smartphone. The credit card with the password is here too. I say, handing a handbag to her. Buy something to you too, like clothes or whatever. And one last thing. I know you're not doing anything dangerous, but you never know. If the situation calls for it, just teleport away. Don't mind the consequences, I will figure something later. Your life is more important, your power can turn your body into mist, so just run away. I say, I may be exaggerating, but you never know. All right, I will be careful. She says with a small smile. After that, I go back to my room to finish getting ready and getting my stuff for school. Taking a look in the full-length mirror, I notice, damn, I'm hot. Even trying to disguise it with baggy clothes, a jacket and glasses, and leaving my hair messy. There's no denying the difference. I'm a lot taller and I'm more muscular. I thought about using some powers to make myself look smaller and thinner, but I gave up. Honestly, I want to look good too. Sue me. And my changes will happen anyway, better now. I can blame everything on puberty. I will try to be inconspicuous, but I don't think will work for long. Asterisk ha asterisk, I'm suffering from success, I say narcissistically. After my little joke, I left my room. Walking down the stairs, I see Isabella looking at her smartphone. There's my number in it, and the number of everything you might need. You don't have to leave now. It's early yet. I'm off. Bye-bye. I say, grabbing a helmet and heading to the garage. Very well. Have a good day, Master Hector. She says, bowing a little. Riding on my newly painted Triumph bike, I take it off. I will finally see more people of interest. Let's see how the day go. Midtown High School. Midtown High School is a public school located in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens. I'm the first to arrive. Of the students, of course. I want to take a walk around the school while it's still deserted. Know the layout of the school, routes, everything. In the outside, I'm just a student walking around the school because I arrived very early and wants to kill time. There's a little problem with this school, which is why I'll have to be careful. The problem is, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And no way in 9 hells that S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know about it. The guy has never been the most careful. He literally walks out of his bedroom window dressed as Spider-Man. I think that's how Mary Jane discovered his secret identity in the comics. Honestly, I can't blame Peter. He doesn't even know that a spy organization is monitoring the entire world 24/7. And by the time a superpowered vigilante showed up, they must have focused on him pretty quickly. Maybe they've already approached him, or realized he's just a teenager and are probing him. So far he hasn't done anything bad after all. He is a potential asset. So maybe there are agents at this school. Maybe the teachers, janitors, maybe even the students. At least there are cameras. I've already located some, which are certainly not for the safety of the students, I can say. Who would put a camera behind the bathroom mirror? Or in the trophy cabinet? There are 30 more in my classroom, and I bet that's because Peter is there too. It limits my movements a bit, but okay. I just need to be careful not to show strength or reflexes above human level. Returning to my classroom, I grab a chair in the back and try to be inconspicuous. Over time, more and more people arrive. Gwen Stacy, Liz Allen, Michelle Jones, Mary Jane, Sally Averill of the girls. Flash Thompson and his followers Brian McKeever, Jason Iannello and Seymour. I remember them because they sometimes implicated with me. But I usually just avoided trouble. Betty Brant and Ned Leeds is in my class too. And also Harry Osborn. Looking at their appearance, I can see that they're not exactly like the actors. No Emma Stone, no Kristen Dunst. But MJ too looks a little like Zendaya. They are similar, I can't deny it. But it seems that this world is actually more comic. Judging by the events of Iron Man, Fantastic Four and Hulk, I would say the timeline is similar to the movies, but with all the characters from the comics. And judging by the fact that Luke Cage seemed to have a strength between 70 and 100 tons, I'd say the power levels are comic-based too. Well, even though I'm on hard mode, my power is very broken too. With time and luck I'll be the strongest. I just can't falter. Now looking at appearances I notice, is everyone pretty here? At least the relevant ones. Mainly women, with special focus on Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Everyone has the comic book pretty perk? And Mary Jane. Them. I think she is one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. And I literally meet anime girls. No wonder she is Spider-Man's main love interest. Well, it's not like I'm going to make a move on them. I made a rule not to start anything with normal women. Never ends well. Too many bad examples? Could I make them super too? But it's not worth the effort. Better not force anything. I will focus on myself. Women can't be my focus now, maybe a consequence. But it's no good going out of my way to seek pussy. After the teacher arrives, I notice that the classroom star hasn't arrived yet. But when I'm thinking about it, a panting Peter Parker comes through the door quickly. Difficult to reconcile the double life Peter? I notice some bruises in his knuckles, a slightly broke lip, and he probably has more wounds hidden by his jacket. Ha, Peter Parker, Peter Parker? If he didn't have spider sense he would have died so fast. He just threw himself head-on into the world of heroes. Did his webshithers and suit, and be friendly neighborhood Cider-Man. No wonder so many things go wrong for him. Well, I'm not his nanny if I cross paths with him, and I know will happen, I can lend a hand. But I won't interfere too much. Peter still has some score with the teachers, so Mr. Myers lets him in without a problem. No Tom Holland, huh? If I had to pick one of the actors, I'd say he looks more like Andrew Garfield. But also not exactly. He takes a seat diagonally across from me, next to Ned. This Ned seems to be the CEO of Sex Jacob Battalion, so I don't think he's going to become a villain, like the Hobgoblin. Or maybe he will. Who knows? I will keep an eye on him too. The Ned Leeds from the comics is a blondie and quite different from the movies. He impersonates the Hobgoblin for a while I think. Although the characters don't look like the actors, you can still imagine them that way. They're similar, they're just not carbon copy. Peter and Gwen are exchanging certain glances, and my powers accuse the intention of the two. Get a room you two, or a web? Someone is me looking. Turning my face slightly I see Michelle Jones looking at me with narrowed eyes. When she notices that I notice she turns forward. I think she was the only one who noticed my changes. I remember she was thoughtful and insightful in the movies. But whatever. Using my observation hockey I look at her, to see her emotions, to find out if she's suspicious and... she has a crush in me? And she must not have developed today. Has she had a crush on me? Since last year? So Tots, why did she look at me more closely today? What at? The few times she talked to me she offended me in some way, in that condescending way of hers. Weird way of trying to get noticed, I might say. Well, I don't see any romantic development happening anyway, sorry. But I'll be careful, now that I know she's looking at me more closely. While multitasking and listening to the teacher talking about what the future class schedule will be like, I think about more important things. Marvel has too many characters. Holy fuck. I mustn't remember 20% of everything. I was a casual fan that got more delved into because of the MCU. Because of that, I can't hold on to this preconception that everything is going to be the same as in the movies. Thor being Donald Blake is the biggest sign, and all these people who are a cross between the comics and the MC. I need to know more. I need to have some contact with people of interest. Confirm my assumptions. But with whom? The best option would be the X-Men. I still don't know what version of the X-Men exists in this world. I don't even know if they were ever created. Are the founding members just students? Or are they already teachers? I need to expose myself a little. Going to find the X-Men in Bayville will also allow me to complete other objectives. Most important is my personal growth in power. And the best method would be to copy powers, apart from Gacha obviously. But Gacha depends on luck. But copying powers is not that simple because of one simple fact. No one wants to have their powers copied. It's only natural that people want to keep their uniqueness. I wouldn't like either. Well, the exception would be people who don't like their own powers. But most would not like to see someone else copying their skills. It's a natural reaction. So in the world of being I did this, if I was nice and went around asking if I can copy people's powers, most would deny it. For obvious reasons. Hell, I doubt I could copy New Order. That power is practically a national asset to the USA of that world. Politics would only complicate matters. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but that tactic cannot be used now in Marvel. I need Eidolon to have a good image in the supers community. So I can't go attacking the X-Men for no reason. Could I create another persona? Yes, but I don't think it would stay a secret for long. Eventually it would backfire. Whatever. It's not like I want to copy everyone's powers. My focus is just one person. Jean Grey. For many reasons. I need a real telepathy, not this nerfed version I have. Other telepaths are unavailable. Xavier, Emma Frost, Moondragon, Cassandra Nova, and I don't even know if Quentin Quire was born yet. Jean Grey has the strongest power, and is probably the most inexperienced. I also need to check if she is a flaming ticking time bomb. So I guess I'll look for her and see if I can talk to her alone. Let's try to be reasonable. We can talk to each other, right? Let's exhaust the options before moving on to more drastic measures. Honestly, if it proves that she will become Dark Phoenix, and nothing can stop it, I won't hesitate to take Wolverine's place and kill her. I won't feel too guilty if I have no other choice. Who knows? Maybe she'll even come back. Another problem. People resurrecting. I really hope dead people stay dead, like in the Ultimate Universe. But thinking about dead people reminds me, my parents. I know it's possible to resurrect them, but I didn't want to think about it right now, or rather, I don't dare think about it right now. Resurrecting someone usually comes with a price. Especially here in Marvel that I know there are gods of death. Even Lady Death herself. And Lady Death of Marvel is a fucking cunt. Those who read the comics know. I don't know anything about souls, underworld, hell, heaven. But I have Gacha. And in fiction there are several ways to resurrect someone, but then I would depend on my luck. It's not something I control. So there's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. I incinerate my parents, apart from being able to do the double funeral, for mainly two reasons. The first is that I wanted to protect the genetic material of my closest relatives. If someone were to discover my identity, I can already imagine someone digging up my parents' graves to try to make another of me, like Mr. Sinister or High Evolutionary. Obviously, I have my parents' hair saved in case I need it. But the main reason incinerate my parents is more of a deterrent to myself. Sounds silly. And is a little logic flawed, but if I don't have a method to resuscitate my parents without needing their bodies, it means that this method is not that strong. So it won't be worth the risk. I need to be strong enough to fight demons or whatever. Like Doomslayer. So it's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. In Marvel there is no safe method, which will not bring attention and perhaps unimaginable consequences. And for Gacha, I don't control what I earn. The only thing I can do now is get stronger, to be prepared for whatever comes. I will advance some plans later this week. Time waits for no one foot. The rest of the class is completely uneventful. I just use the time to observe the people of interest and see how they are doing. No surprises. Peter is Ned's friend. Gwen sometimes talks to both of them. MJ too, Michelle Jones, too. But Gwen and MJ too are more loners too. Although Gwen also talks to the popular group, the popular kids, Flash Thompson little group. I wasn't surprised that MJ1 is more with that group. My surprise was more that Harry was more a part of that group too. I swore he bonded more with Peter, even defended him against Flash, or something in the media, right? But here, Harry sticks more to the popular ones. He exchanged a few words with Peter, but they seem more acquaintances than friends. And there's me. No one comes to talk to me. It's ideal, I didn't go talk to anyone anyway. I'd be happy to spend this semester unnoticed until I can graduate and go to college. Sigh, but it doesn't seem possible. I feel a basketball approaching my head. I'm just getting some stuff out of my locker before I go home. With my luck, my locker is one of the lower ones. Page, the basketball hits my head, obviously I am not dodging. It didn't even hurt. Oh, headshot. Nice one. Seymour, one of Flash's cronies, speaks. I sigh in my mind, why this cliché development? Sorry, heinous Hector, I just thought I could fix your face. But I was not able. I recommend a plastic surgeon. Or be born again. He talks and laughs with his friends. I don't show any change in expression, and just keep pulling out my stuff. But like a dog, bullies don't like to be ignored. He starts to be more aggressive with the offenses. Nothing very original. My appearance, nationality, and others. I wonder if I should beat him. Taking a quick look around, I see that a small crowd has already gathered. Flash has grabbed my hair, and seems to be trying to get my head closer to his crotch. Obviously I don't bulge, he's trying hard, but outwardly he tries to look like he's not. Trying to look nonchalant, huh? So we're in an awkward situation. I see people gathered together and judge their reactions. Most don't care, others laugh, some feel sorry for me. Now the more or less important people. Peter seems conflicted, whether he should interfere or not. Ned seems to hold him and Gwen. MJ1 looks uncomfortable with the whole situation, but she doesn't seem that will say anything in my defense. Liz Allen is the same. Worried about their social standing, I think. MJ2 is frowning and looking around to see if she doesn't find any teachers around. Harry Osborn seems to have fun with the Flash's group. I sigh in my mind. Those kids. Honestly, I thought I'd be angrier to be manhandled like that. But Flash is so small. I'm not talking about height. It's just that in the grand scheme of things, in this world, in the multiverse and the omniverse, how small we are. And how much of amazing is Flash Thompson? In my past life I was always annoyed when superpowered people like Superman and Peter don't came to stand up and beat the bullies. I've always liked a good face slapping of the protagonist in the annoying antagonist. Who doesn't? But I think now I understand a little. It's not worth. It reminds me of one of my favorite scenes from One Piece. The bar scene with Bellamy. That Luffy and Zoro don't fight back when Bellamy laughs and hits them. They can go ahead and laugh at us. When you aim high, you sometimes come across fights not worth fighting. Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard, I think I finally understand why Shanks only laughs when that mountain bandit drops liquor in his head. But I don't need to take all this crap in silence, right? Even though I know I won't complete this year, I want the next few months not to be filled with Flash nagging me. Flash, stop it. I say calmly, not even looking at him. He's still got his hand in my hair. To everyone else it looks like he's just holding it. But he's really trying to move me. But he'll never make it. Or what? What will you do? A few months and you've forgotten how things work? Do I need to remind you? He says, acting tough, raising his fist. Ha kids. Let's make a little show. I get up abruptly while I grab his wrist, removing it from my head. I need to talk, I'm taller than Flash now. Even more if I hold his wrist with my hand. Forcing him to bend over a little. My quick rise and the realization that I'm pretty big brought gasp from the crowd and then silence. I choose this moment to speak. Do it. I spoke very low. Ha! I said do it. Take your shot. And make it count. Because after this, everything I'm going to do to you will be attributed to self-defense. I say, growling a little. I invade his personal space, square my shoulders, puff up a little my chest, everything to make myself look bigger. I spoke quietly to force people to be silent to hear me. These are all tactics Batman uses for intimidation. Batman commands respect and fear with his mere presence, because he dominates wherever he is. In nature, having more territory and being bigger is a sign of superiority. In this way, only passively I already put myself in a superior position to Flash. I also use the larger answer, which is basically mirroring my opponent's action more drastically to secure my position. Flash grabbed my hair and couldn't move. Now I'm holding his wrist and he can't let go. I look straight into his eyes. No blinking. He gulps almost loudly. Flash is just a teenager. If I go too rough with him, he's probably going to piss his pants. I let the silence and the tension in the air linger. Another Batman tactic. Nobody reacts. No one even dares to breathe too loudly. Everyone looks at me with varying degrees of shock. But I don't want to beat him and get attention. I let go of his wrist that I've been holding in a steely grip. And bam, I close the locker strongly and loudly. Flash and everyone flinches. And I start to walk out of the place. People paving the way for me, while I still keep eye contact with Flash and his goons. Rooting them in place. After I've taken a few steps, I look forward and start walking normally. My more relaxed body language seems to break the spell everyone was under, and they start moving and talking fast. Scattering. This much shouldn't be a problem. I didn't use any power. My change in attitude can be attributed to the recent death of my parents. Nobody will find it strange. Sucks to use their deaths like this, but is life? Only some months, Hector. I allow a mental smile after everything. I diffused the situation without resorting to violence. Maybe I'm becoming cool, like my fictional heroes. I read a book once, Becoming Batman by Paul Zier. So I know a little about Batman mannerisms and actions. And psychology baying it. I like this scene because I can use this almost useless knowledge. There is some reasons that Batman is the card that affects the MC the most. Hector is in truth a little similar with Batman, without all bullshit of course. Is his first card and his foundation. And because I know Batman a little better. Author power. Peter Parker Bindam. That's. Ned starts talking next to me with an expression of astonishment. Speaking what I was thinking. Intense. Gwen completes with a similar expression. No. Cool as hell. Damn it, Hector almost fought, and the crazy thing is, I have a feeling he would mop the floor with Flash. Ned speaks sounding astonished. I have to agree, and I believe no one would argue against it. And Hector? Well, puberty hit him like the Hulk. Do you guys thins is something with his Brazilian heritage? I'm Latino too. Do you think I'll be like him too? Ned starts talking excitedly. Half joking and half serious. I don't think it's a trait of his race, Ned. Gwen speaks. How do you know? Brazilians are the most mixed race in the world. They must be like the apex of humanity. Ned argues. I can't help but laugh at his exaggeration. This is not your D&D table, Ned. There is no racial perk to people. Genetics don't work like that. Gwen rolls her eyes. Isn't it great that she knows enough to reference D&D? She notices me looking and looks away a little embarrassed. Oblivious Ned of our exchanges continues to speak. And how do you explain him? The guy in 3 months grew almost a foot, and I've never seen Hector be this aggressive. He always seemed like the chillest guy in school. Ned speaks. And Asians are smartest, right? And African have bigger D-dash. Dude. I interject. He looks embarrassed. Sorry, sometimes I forgot taught you are a girl. He says to Gwen. I will take this a compliment. She only laughs it off. Although the basis of his argument is ridiculous, the facts cannot be denied. I don't know about his growth spurt, but I know a little about his attitude. Gwen speaks a little hesitantly. And? I ask a little curious. Gwen hesitates again, biting her lips. After a little nudge of Ned, she finally relents. You guys know that my father is the captain of New York Police Department, right? She asks. We nod. Well, I think a month ago, he came to tell me about an occurrence where a couple died in a car accident. He recognized the last name because I had it from my colleagues. Hector's parents were the couple who died. Damn, that's awful, Ned says, losing any playfulness of his face. Yeah, I can relate. Uncle Ben's death is still very fresh in my mind. But I still have Aunt May. Hector, on the other hand, is all alone. Do you guys think we should go talk to him? Give our condolences or something? Help a little? Ned speaks uncertainly. I think getting condolences from strangers like us shouldn't help much. The support of people who are already close to him will help more. I say this from my own experience. The two notice my mood and give me sympathetic looks. Ned puts his hand on my shoulder. No words are needed for me to know what the two are trying to convey. I give them a smile to calm them down. I'm alright, guys. I'm going now. I have to help Aunt May. I say, saying goodbye. After a bro handshake with Ned and a smile for Gwen, I leave the school to find an alley and put on my suit. After that, I'm a few streets away. I look around abruptly. My spider sense just flared. Has some villain discovered my identity? But I don't find anything out of the ordinary around me. I decide to take a bus home. And don't put my suit on until then. Hector POV spider sense is really bullshit. It has nothing to do with how spiders sense the movement of wind in their fur. Spider sense looks more like low-level cosmic awareness with focus in danger. I conclude this after having threatened Peter a little with my intention to hurt him. I didn't even mean to hurt him, but my only intention was enough to warn him. I'm really like an anime character right now. I have bloodlust. Good to know. And damn it, Peter. Would you really change near the school like that? Well, I hope this wake-up call will make you more cautious. Let's go home. Starting my bike, I start cutting New York traffic. Arriving home, I feel relieved to find Isabella safe and sound. I know the stakes of something happening are really low. But you never know in this crazy world. Hey, Isabella. I suppose everything went well? I say as I cross the living room. Welcome home, Master Hector. Everything went well. She responds after getting up from the couch and bows. She continues. The only problem was due to the large amount of food you ordered to buy from that distributor. As you instructed, I said it would be for charity. They will deliver in 2 days. Excellent, I say as I sit on the couch and start petting Thulu, who has come to climb onto my lap. He is now wearing a leash. Food is one of the few things I can't produce with creation. I have a plan for this food, but now that I've decided to go to Bayville, the plan will wait. So it's okay for them to take a long time to deliver. Something more? I'll be out in minutes and I don't know when I'll be back. I ask, Mr. Darrow and Mr. Foggy called. They are awaiting you to call back. Tucking my chin between my fingers, I wonder if I should call back now or not. Let's settle this. My legal issues are a priority too. I call Mr. Darrow first. Because by the time I call Matt and Foggy, I'll be able to inform them of anything Mr. Darrow to inform me. But he just wanted to make an appointment. To resolve important matters. I said he could come tomorrow. After school. I'll confront this guy soon. If Matt and Foggy give me bad news, I'll reschedule to a later date. Dialing their office number, I wait for them to answer. Good evening. Nelson and Murdoch attorneys at law. How can I help you? A woman voice responds. Searching my mind, I guess that's Karen Page. I can be wrong though. Good evening. This is Hector Carvalho. I would like to speak with Mr. Murdoch or Mr. Nelson, please. I say. One moment I will pass to one of them, it's the answer I hear. After waiting a few seconds. They are probably not very busy. Hey, Mr. Hector. How are you? I have good news. I hear Foggy Nelson's cheery voice. Hey, Mr. Nelson. You can just call me Hector. I already told you that. And I like good news. Thanks, Hector. We only need your grandparents' signature to achieve your emancipation. Do you have it? Can you send? We can finish by Thursday if all goes well. He says, obviously pleased. Great. I have the signature, yes. I asked for them while visiting. I'll have someone deliver later today, okay? I answer. Matt and Foggy had given me a standard authorization document, which I'd already asked my grandparents to sign. They didn't hesitate and sign. They just offered me the option to live with them. I declined, obviously. I need to stay in New York? Great. I will be waiting. We close at 6 p.m., but we usually stay here a little longer to sort things out. You can talk to whoever you send, to just knock at the door. Even if everything seems closed. He says. Okay, it won't be long. I say and say goodbye. Getting my emancipation will make me breathe easier. I think I can advance some plans too. I got some ideas while I was in the world of BNHA learning. I dial my grandparents' number. Hello? I hear my grandmother's voice on the other side. Grandma, it's me, Hector. How are you? Ooh, Hector. I'm good. And you? Today was your first day of school, right? How was it? Did you make friends? She asks. Well, I made an impression. I say hesitantly. That's good. That is the first step. To drive everyone away? But I don't say that. And girls? Do you talk to any? She asks. Grandma really thinks I need relation with people? It's just natural. Well, there is a girl who has a crush on me. I say a little just to please her. A crush? What's this? Is this bad? She asks confused. Crush is like liking me a little but not enough to love. I explain quickly. That's good. Are you going to ask her out? She asks hopefully. No, I don't like her very much. But you can give her a chance, right? Who knows what could happen? May your guys are compatible, you can try. Ooh, I forgot that Grandma teach me to be a player. Don't worry, Grandma, I will have many girlfriends to please you. I will not waste your teachings. I say cheekily. Hector, you know I didn't mean that. She speaks slowly. Oh no. Speak slow is a sign that I'm in trouble. Relax, Grandma. None of my girlfriends are going to find out about each other. You teach me well. I say in a voice full of respect. Hector, when I see you... Grandma, I need to talk to my grandfather about something. He is there. I say interrupting, I just wanted to change the subject of my love life. Oh, he's here. I will call. My grandmother allowed the subject to be dropped too. After a few minutes I'm on the phone with my grandfather. Oh, Ito, how are you? Do you need something? I hear my grandfather on the phone. I am good, Grandpa. And yes, I need. Sorry to dump work on you. I say apologetically. He laughs. A grandpa is for these things. You can speak. Well, I'll get my emancipation sooner than expected. And I realize that I have money to spare. Too. He laughs too. So instead of leaving money lying around, I was thinking of investing a little there. Buying a farm. You told me once that you're not afraid of this business going wrong, right? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But you know that everything I have is yours anyway, right? He says. Yeah. And honestly, I feel a little bad. Because even if I give the money, I know you'll be the one taking care of it, Grandpa. But I think I need to start on my own. Somehow. Until I have a summon with good administrative skills. There is no one else I will trust to take care of this farm I want to have. Only my family. And the reason? Obviously I hide out outside of USA. I will abuse of my double nationality. I have some big plans and I need a land for myself. Wanting to do things by yourself, huh? Well, it won't be bad. I think I have some acquaintances who are selling some land nearby. I will ask for you. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll find someone to take care of. I don't want to overwhelm you. You should rest more, Grandpa. I already have plans to retire at 30. I say joking. I can't stop even if I tried. Work is my life, Hector. And remember, work keeps a man honest. Nothing better than doing something productive with your own hands. He shares some wisdom with me. I couldn't agree more, Grandpa. It's really satisfying, that feeling of accomplishment. Well, I have to go see the lawyer now. I call you later. I lie out of necessity. Alright, bye. Tell my grandma that the next time I visit, I'll bring a couple of girlfriends she wants to see so much. I'll take more than she expects since she asks so many times. I say playfully. My grandpa guffawed. It's in the family blood. Then I will give you some tips. You have to enjoy your youth. I'll tell you my stories. I've had 5 simultaneously at one time. And none knew about the other end. And what? I hear my grandmother's voice in the background. Go. Bye, Grandpa. Kisses to Grandma. I say and quickly hang up. Joining my hands, I say a little prayer. Stan Lee, protect my grandfather. Excelsior. I think I can go to Bayville now. Isabella, sorry to make you go out again. But can you take these documents to that address? I say after having used D4C to get the folder the documents are in. I don't want to see Matt Murdock right now. My body has changed a lot in a short period of time. He have super senses, by the way. Speak only what is necessary. I say to Isabella. I prefer to avoid contact with Daredevil for now. No problem. I will go immediately. She says, taking the folder. You're a lifesaver. Thanks. I will leave now. I don't know when I'll be back. But will not take long. Bye. I say quickly as I disappear. Time to meet some interesting people. I can't help and get a little excited. Catherine Kitty, Pride, is Shadowcat POV Ugh. I hate Mondays. After a not-so-good vacation, doing X-Men stuff like training and the likes. I have to go back to school. And now do more X-Men stuff. Serious, Brotherhood? I already have a pile of homework and I have to train too, and you had to ambush us? Phasing to dodge Toad Tongue. Pikes. I begin to go in the direction of the most problematic but I can't take easily, Blob. Me, Jean, Rogue, Scott, and Evan Spike were ambushed on our way back to the Institute. Unfortunately, Kurt, Bob, Jubilee, and others had already returned early. So we can't use our numerical advantage against these guys. They seem confident with the new guy, Pyro or something. Now is 5v5, and Avalanche, Blob, Toad, and Quicksilver don't care too much about property damage, so it took us a while to lure them to this forest far from the city. But that would give them a bit of an edge. Forest, you know? Against a frog and fire and guy that can do earthquakes? Well, Logan says that you can always do something with what you have on hand. So let's find a way. Fwash damn. That guy is a pyromaniac. This way the whole forest will turn to ash. Has Jean managed to contact the professor yet? Is over? The Brotherhood was defeated and now there's a guy in a black hood talking to Jean. I know in my life it's normal for crazy things to happen, but I just want to go home. Hector POV. What mess? Looking from above at the 5v5 metahuman fight below, the only word that can sum it up is chaotic. I expected the X-Men, who have formal training at Danger Room and others, to be a little better than the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man acts I've seen on TV. But I disappointed. The BNHA World Pro heroes are leagues above these guys in seriousness. They may be inherently weaker, but they are better heroes professionally. I think I will change that. I will make a mental note about this situation. I remember Civil War started because of that, right? The amount of damage to the location is atrocious. Point to the X-Men for guiding the fight to a place away from people. But they could have chosen better, couldn't they? How many years have you lived here? Don't know any open spaces? So Cyclops and Jean can use their powers effectively? Toad and Quicksilver is toying with them. And I won't even mention Pyromaniac. And shouldn't Jean be stronger than that? Like just shut down the brain of these guys or something? Theoretically, she could win 1v5. Well, with that I confirm that the X-Men are in my age group. Although I'm not seeing everyone apparently. Now I have to make a decision. Jean and Rogue are my main goals in coming here today. I just wanted to observe, but this is a good opportunity. Should I blitz and take the two? It would be the easiest way. But considering the long term, it's not ideal. It's okay to use this tactic in a world where I have a limited time, but it's not right to do it here. I've seen how bad my image can get with it. Let's try to talk with them first. Focus on Jean today. But first, let's try to make a good first impression by saving the day, or something like that. Using Whirlwind, I put out most of the fire, and then I freeze the rest. Slowly descending in front of the stunned combatants, I just raise my hand and clench my fist. The 5 of the Brotherhood are yanked to make a ball of people. Everyone except Blob is knocked unconscious. When I touch the ground, the earth moves and swallows the bastards, burying them, leaving only the head out. Miss Jean Grey, I suppose? Can I have 10 minutes of your time for a little chat? Alone. I say. I look to the side to convey a message to the observer of this whole situation. Mystique. Raven Darkholm, a Mystique dangerous. I've lived a long life, longer than the vast majority. So my sixth sense is very good at warning me of dangerous situations. And from enemies I know I have no chance to face. Magneto is one of those. And that person in a black robe is another. Looks like today's tests are a failure. I gave the new suits to the Brotherhood to test. I even used my identity as principal of the school to make Theses 5 stay longer and separate them from their X-Men fellows. All for nothing. A man showed up and ended the tests. Let's retreat for today. Charles's soft heart won't allow anything to happen to the boys, and he doesn't want mutants to be arrested either. It will further worsen our public image. I almost snort out loud. He looked in my direction. He knows I'm here. A warning? I'm going away. Talk secretly whatever you want. Hector POV. For a moment I thought about capturing Mystique, maybe read her mind, interrogate, bug her. But let's get her off the hook for today. Not because I'm nice. But I've already watched her with Search, so I can find her whenever I want. Let's make her think she escaped, then I can find her base. And now even if she changes her appearance, I'll know it's her instantly. Giving a false sense of security to potential enemies is always good. And I also want to know what the Magneto of this world is like. Looking ahead again, I see that the 5 X-Men have already gathered and are staring at me. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, Spike, I think, and Scott? They just look at me silently. Talking telepathically? Maybe. So what do you do with them? I say, pointing to the fallen Brotherhood. Just Blob trying to escape, but he doesn't have leverage to exert force. There's no reason to do anything. If we turn them over to the police, it will only cause more problems. Scott is the only one who answers, staring at me. Sounds like a very shitty reason if I could say. Half measures will change nothing. I say, this cycle of defeating the enemy and him coming back always bothers me. And what do you want us to do? Kill them? He practically barks back. Don't like a little criticism? Well, there are a lot of better ways, but you already have your minds made up. There's nothing I can say that will convince you anyway. I shrug. I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long. There's no reason for them to deny it, right? Catherine Kitty, Pride, Shadowcat Pavim, tall dark, smooth voice. I don't know this hero. But heroes are popping up like mushrooms after a rain, so it's just normal, I guess. And how do I know he's a hero? Well, clothing is a good indicator. And the fact that he didn't start attacking us while looking down from above position. This hints, I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long, he says. Scott, Mr. Loveboy will not allow any man who can tarnish his precious Jean. I think sarcastically. I don't think this meeting will end well if this hooded guy presses this issue. Jean isn't going anywhere with you. And there we go. I would like to hear it from her own mouth. Well, you are her boyfriend? He is not. We don't know nothing about you. You came out of nowhere and just tell her to follow you alone. Obviously we won't trust you. Scott says. Meanwhile, telepathically, we are having a little conversation. Who is this guy? Can you check? Scott communicates on the telepathic channel. No, I can't read his mind. I have never seen a mind like that. Jean replies with a slight frown. Is he a telepath too? Evan asks. No. I mean, I don't know. But his defenses don't resemble a telepath. In fact, I didn't even feel him until he announced himself. And if he weren't in front of me, I would almost not believe he exists. But focusing, I can feel his mind. Like, high-density metal concentrated in one spot, no weakness. Simply impenetrable, Jean in her telepathic analogies, to try to explain these sensations to us. It's not cool to go probing someone's mind. The hooded guy talks. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll consider that you just don't control your powers. Don't. Repeat. It. He concludes. I gulp. But he looks nice. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem to listen to what he has to say, right? But the final decision is Jean's. Sorry. I'm just curious and cautious. Jean says apologetically. You can call me Eidolon. That's all I can say until you agree to have a little talk with me. The hooded guy, Eidolon says. And isn't that a cool name? I still like Shadowka better. It even matches my nickname, Kitty. You seem to know a lot about us. And you just give us a false name. Obviously we won't trust you, Scott interjects again. Eidolon seems to sigh. First of all, it's not a false name. Is my identity as a meta, or at least it will be in the future. And second, the fact that I know about you and you don't know about me comes to my own merit and advantage. I won't give you my real name or show my face, just to make you feel better, putting me at a disadvantage. Next time, try not to fight with civilian clothes in public space. Eidolon says. I can't argue with that. And it appears that Scott doesn't have an answer either. By the way, he clenches his fists. Anyway, I want to hear from Jean Grey. Do you want to talk 10 minutes with me? It could be right here, just far enough for no one to hear. After the conversation, it will be your choice if you tell anyone what we talked about. Eidolon speaks. Honestly, it's reasonable. Jean can call us telepathically at any second. It's not like he's kidnapping her. Like I said, we don't want to hear anything from you. Scott continues. I almost sigh out loud. I'm afraid that I need to force a little the subject until I receive an answer from someone with at least 2 brain cells. And what do you think you're doing answering for her? I think she can make her own choices. You don't have to treat her like a glass sculpture. Don't you realize you're just objectifying her? Don't speak, don't listen. Just look pretty. You are very machist, Mr. White Knight. Eidolon speaks and my mouth drops. I almost laugh. Oh no. Oh God. I will laugh. Someone do something. Scott removes his glasses and attacks Eidolon with his power. Oh no. When I told someone to do something, it wasn't you. And not this. Eidolon is thrown about 20 meters, destroying several trees in the process until he comes to an abrupt stop. Unharmed, Scott didn't hold back in that attack, and I've seen Scott destroy a building that was falling. Damn, he is tough. I don't want to fight him. But when your friends make a mess, you throw yourself in the middle first and ask questions later. I see. Even if your attack doesn't hurt me, I can be thrown because of the force. After all, I weigh less than 100 kilograms. I need to always make a conscious effort to stay in place. Idolin speaks as he walks calmly towards us. Maybe he won't take this attack seriously, right? To don't escalate the situation. It's no wonder that in those fighting in anime, the fighters are thrown for several kilometers even though they don't take damage. As thanks, let me teach you the same lesson. Idolin disappears, and when he reappears he is already in front of Scott. Then he is fast too. And does he watch anime? I want to talk to him more now. He punches Scott, throwing him a few meters until he hits a tree. After that he stops in place and takes a paper from somewhere and scratches something with a pen. -1. He says. Now the conversation's been thrown out the window. By the way, you all are in combat stance. Now I'll have to be a little more forceful and rough with your guys. Sorry, but we'll talk later. Idolin says. I can't resist and talk. Forceful is with Rogue. Yeah, I had see your porn history. Kinky. She looks bright red now. Kitty. A friend, I have the moral obligation of always embarrass her. From the hand of Idolin, black whip-like things begin to stretch. But tentacles are up to you, Kitty. I know you watch that Japanese shit. Now is my turn to blush. Damn. Nice comeback. Touché, Rogue, touché. Huh. You two are funny. No hard feelings after this, right? We could even hang out in the future. Idolin says, and I'd agree, but all I can think when dozens of those things he's holding out come my way is, fuck you, Scott. Hello, boys and girls. Long chapter, hope you all enjoyed it. Stay with me now just a little longer and I'll answer some questions, okay? I thought about answering directly, but I think it will give more visibility here. Well, first about the MC alignment. I've answered in the past, but it fits more with chaotic good. Overall, he wants to do good things, but he won't hesitate to do bad things for his goal. I have already shown this in several instances. The BNHA arc is a good way to see the MC moral compass. He knows that in order to accomplish certain things, it is necessary to get his hands dirty. He can't be a good guy like Superman. Little spoiler. A long-term plan for Hector is to replace the criminal underworld oppression with his own group. Dominate all organized crime. He feels that it is impossible to stop crime, so the best option would be to control crime. And replace the activities so as not to affect the lives of ordinary people. No more protection feed, threats, blackmail, harmful drugs. Like old-school mafia. Obviously, it will be a summon that will take care of that. He won't want to publicly associate himself. See the importance of summons now? About my schedule release. Is in general at the weekend, but sometimes I can't post. Too much to do. Now about Kana and the child. I have several ideas, but I haven't decided yet. And I won't bring the two into the story for now. I feel like it's not the time for Hector to have that emotional baggage. Let's the man be free a little. The child was conceived a few hours before Hector left, which is the main reason Hector didn't notice. If he stayed a few more days? Maybe. He made a mistake. But if even Batman can have Damian Wayne with Talia al Ghul and not know for 10 years, we can forgive our MC. Now I'm going to answer some specific questions from a reader. Daoist Iitiokf. I liked the questions. Constructive criticism is always appreciated. 1. Solitary Pinnacle. Hector has a lot of charisma. But will he make any real friends if he keeps this up? Luke Cage reconsidered his mistake, but the protagonist has no plans to give second chances. Hector is being as paranoid as Batman. What good is he to have power or money, no friends, no family? Summons are just puppets based on how Gacha Essence treats it. They cannot fill that void. Answer: Hector doesn't know that Luke Cage has reconsidered the mistake. When someone gives you a bad first impression, it's hard to overlook, right? But Hector didn't take it to heart. In the future they will get along well. I like Luke Cage. And Hector has a preconception of the comics, movies, cartoons he's seen. So he doesn't really trust people in the Marvel world that much. Because almost all of them screw up badly at some point. That's why he's leaving them all in arm's length. And I think this is normal. Over time he will live and open up more. And relax, he'll have people to trust besides summons. It's just hard for him at the moment. Trust in my character development. 2. Brainwashed by essence. This option should be optional. Summons are sentient beings. In Marvel it is very dangerous to play with love, affection and will. Love and will are the authority of the one above all. Also the BNHA arc showed that Hector has a moral compass. Essence is too overbearing and looks more and more like an evil product. Answer: Essence does not have a concept of good and evil. Essence only acts with the best interests of the host in mind. The power, when not flawed, will not harm the host. And bringing people in is a high risk. Now it will be up to MC on how he will treat summons. A more amoral guy or a perverted, well, you can imagine what they would do. 3. Loyalty levels. It seems that Hector doesn't appreciate what comes easily. Obtaining loyalty must have its own difficulty. I recommend dividing it into stages: 1 to 3 low, 4 to 6 medium, 7 to 9 high. 3, 6, 9 would work as control points for a geometric increase, while 10 would become a quest in the original world of the summon. Answer: but it's exactly like that, huh? But Hector doesn't have a guide to know that. At first it will be easy, but reaching the maximum level is really difficult. But without the quest part, a lot of work goes into doing a quest for one person. But Hector can help with regrets and ambitions of a person and level up. Things to the future. 4. Balanced as it should be. Thanos was right. The gender of the invocation must be balanced, or this novel will become a generic eki. Readers who are looking for something different will disappear in ashes. It is my prophecy. If Gacha Essence engraves love towards Hector, what will happen to the male or other summons? He will create embarrassing situations or flaws in your logic about Essence. It is better to replace love with fanaticism or respect. Answer: first, there will be male summons. They will come in the next gacha. I just picked the women at first, to appeal to the audience. I know most are men, and we all like badass women. And love is very broad. Brothers love, mother, father, friend, subordinate, fan, pets. I think fanaticism would be too much. Fanatism becomes obsession. And obsession is dangerous. Yandras and stalkers. As I've already said, Essence has Hector's best interests in mind, not that it's sentient. So love is very strong. No yaoi, sorry. Unless he summons someone gay, who might like Hector. But he will not reciprocate. 5. The hidden problem of longevity. Wolverine, Loki, Zeus, Apollo. Do you know what they have in common? They are pansexual. Many authors forget this point. Time is merciless and people change their tastes. Hector is straight, but will he give up the entire forest for a few trees? In the Omniverse there is a diversity of admirable characters that can attract Hector by the light of him. Answer: I'm not a part of the LGBT community, so I don't feel comfortable trying to write about it. It's hard enough to write about women POVs, and what I think it's about longevity. There are many instances where people don't change that much. Superman remained loyal to Lois, even for 1,000,000 years. After her death. In cultivation novels, people live a long time. But strong feelings remain. It's a difficult subject. The human mind adapts really easily. But I don't think this story will show Hector as 15,000 years old or something like that. So I'm not too worried. But that's why harem is a thing in this story, sorry. Hector has all the Omniverse at his fingertips. Is hard for a man, don't make a harem. Realism, that's all. Sorry for being long. Be well and until next time. Date with a universal level threat? Disclaimer: I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force shall free me. The Sith Code. Sorry for the delay. but I have 3 written exams last week and 2 essays. I made the chapter, but I don't like very much, so I don't post it last week because of dialogue, the bane of my existence. As a non-American person, dialogue is very hard for me, and I work hard to not make it stiff and unnatural. Anyway, enjoy. New York, third-person POV walking through the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. New York headquarters, Nick Fury is delighted to see all the employees and agents running out of his way. It took him a long time to get to the position he is in today, decades in fact. And he had to do it twice. In the 1980s, the newly promoted director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suffers in the hands of a certain criminal that tricked and captured him, and using old Hydra technology, developed by the madman Arnim Zola, switches bodies with him, assuming Nicholas Fury's position and identity. It took years to prove the truth and regain the trust of the high-ups. Understandable, after all, how they would know that it's truly him? Luckily, Peggy Carter vouched for him, and with the help of an acquaintance of hers, Charles Xavier, he proves his innocence and that he was in fact the real Nick Fury. Unfortunately, making a hard choice when faced with the criminal in his former body, he killed the guy together with his old identity. And because of this, now he is a bald black man. Well, on the bright side, he becomes 30 years younger, and with his own version of super soldier serum, he still looks 30 years old. Well, he can't compare to Natasha Romanoff and Wolverine, who like him have been active since World War II but have incredibly youthful appearances. One for being a mutant and the other for being injected with her own version of the super soldier serum as well, of the Black Widow program, with a focus on increasing lifespan. It looks like costs a lot of money to make one Black Widow, so she has to be active for decades to make up for it. Too bad for her old employers, she had morals and now works for S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing that intrigues Fury is the fact that he lost the same eye twice. In World War II, fragments of a grenade hit him, and later with his new body, when he was on a mission with Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel, a certain alien monstrosity took advantage of a moment of distraction and injured the same fucking eye again. After that, Fury believes that the universe really wanted his left eye, so he'll let the universe have this little win. Just this one. That will be the last time that he will admit defeat to fate. After this, he will be in control. And Fury worked hard for this. With his work throughout the years, he already knew the multitude of dangerous enemies lurking in the shadows. People with powers beyond what normal humans can achieve. But his encounter with the Marvel couple made him see how small humanity is in the great scheme of things. How weak and fragile. And how ignorant we are of our own precarious situation. Humanity needs to be better if it wants to have a chance against what is out there, in space. Move up into the universe food chain, but we don't have time. The best option will be a group of extraordinary individuals holding out until the rest of the world could catch up. And like that, the Avengers Initiative was born. His own brainchild. Too bad it was never implemented. Lack of permission of the superiors and people to be part of the Avengers. But now there is a chance. And Nick Fury is now going to meet with this chance. In fact, the greatest asset possible, and the one who will be able to lead the Avengers. The legendary Captain Steve Rogers himself. Freshly awakened from the ice. The war hero Captain America. That's huge. The birth, or perhaps the creation of Captain America was a game-changer moment for the world arms race. The focus went from manufacturing weapons to who would make the best soldiers. After all, even if you have such weapons of mass destruction, what will you gain from turning your enemies into a wasteland? People can do all kinds of jobs, subtle jobs, that a BVR missile could not do. Even with the death of Dr. Erskine, the man who made the original super soldier serum formula, the world has never stopped trying to recreate his success, and every country wants its own super soldiers. Many with different variations. The Hulk is the biggest example. And Fury suspects that the Green Goblin and Spider-Man are also the results of those researches. After all, he already confirmed with Charles Xavier that the duo of hero and villain are not mutants. That's why Fury is already preparing a mission with his best agents to investigate the company that is the main suspect in these experiments, Oscorp. The big problem was political. Norman Osborn simply has too many friends in the upper echelons. So many were trying to stop this investigation. No doubt because they wanted any benefit for themselves first rather than letting it fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sometimes Fury just wants to bomb some politicians' cars. It's this kind of thing that makes people like Trask and Ross still be able to jump around, even after fucking up really bad sometimes. Money and benefits are all that matter to these people. Even the World Security Council is not beyond this situation. Fury is snapped out of his pessimistic thoughts by a loud sound. He then notices that Captain America has sent flying a punch bag that weighs at least 50 kilograms so hard that has been enough to send it through many meters, flying and with a hole in the middle. If that punch bag was owing to you money, you could have told me. I would help you break its knees. Fury announces his presence. Steve Rogers turns to the newcomer and gives a nod saying, "Sir," before going to get another punch bag to use. "The punch bag is not the problem, sir." Steve continues as he hangs up the punch bag. "And what would it be?" Nick Fury asks. "Me," Steve says, "I shouldn't be here. Today, in this day and age." Steve starts punching. Precise movements, but a pretty old-fashioned kind of boxing, Fury notes. He'll see with some agent to update the captain when possible. 60 years was a long time. And everything evolved, even fighting styles. But some things don't change. And that's why Nick Fury needs Captain America. If Fury wanted to, he could use the loyalty the man has for the country, and for doing what's right, and use his superior position to get Steve Rogers to comply and follow his orders, and do missions. But that's not what Fury wants. He's looking for the long-term benefit. He wants Steve Rogers to join him of his own accord. "I don't know, Captain." Fury starts. "I think it's pretty normal that you're here." Normal? Freezing in ice and awakening 60 years later is normal. Steve asks with a raised eyebrow. "If you caught up with what's happening today, you'd be surprised. You are still very normal. But if you want an example of that, you can simply look at me." Fury says dramatically, "I myself have been alive since World War II, Captain. I was there in Pearl Harbor, and I was fighting with the Howling Commandos at various times as well." Steve looks puzzled. "How? I don't remember you." "I'm not surprised, you see. A certain criminal captured me and switched bodies with me. That's why I look like this. I'm Nicholas Joseph Fury. Do you remember the eye patch? The only thing that stayed the same." Fury concludes. "This is unbelievable. Lieutenant Fury? How?" Steve says shocked. "I'll tell you the whole story later. But know that people like Logan and Black Widow are alive too and young. Others are not so young. Like Peggy Carter." Fury says slowly. Fury sees Steve's expression change, looking sad, frustrated. Several expressions crossed the captain's face in a few seconds. "Tell me, Captain, how were your last moments?" Nick Fury says, raising an eyebrow. "You fought on a plane with a Nazi leader who had no face and has a glowing alien object that could empower weapons. The world was already strange. Now you're just part of the weird side. And things are even stranger these days. Cap, chapter 41 to 60 is ended and next chapter 61 to 80 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.